como va viniendo, yo le dije, güey, no me gusta cómo le sabe el mono a esa vieja. No, Javier, es que no se baña después de jugar tenis y tú sabes que a mí me gusta comer. Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Bienvenidos a este Nadie me preguntó. No. Siempre he querido estar en las noticias y decir cosas asquerosas y que me pongan en la tele nacional. Más que nada quiero que pase en la vida real, no a mí en realidad, pero que a todo el mundo le pase. Eso sería muy divertido. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente lunes, bola de cabrones, que estén muy bien, que hayan descansado y estén listos para esta semana. Vamos a darle con todo. Esta semana tenemos clase de Lead Trading Academy, 4 horas con todos ustedes contestando preguntas, así que nos vemos este jueves, por supuesto. Bienvenidos al canal, damas y caballeros. Espero que estén teniendo una mañana relajada, tíos, relajada, y que estén listos para darle. Tengo que hacer una advertencia de lo del título, de que esto es algo que me preocupa. Si tienes miedo, te da miedo de lo que voy a hablar, le tienes miedo básicamente a la muerte, tío, no veas esta parte del video y sáltatela y ahorita espérate si estás buscando más que lo de cripto. Y no, lo que me preocupa y lo único que me preocupa no es el Olina pedo, el nuevo coche eléctrico ese que están sacándose del culo en México. Güey, qué divertido. Tengo que decir, muy decepcionado de todos ustedes, de la polarización tan grande que existe sobre ese tema tan pendejo que existe. Güey, se están robando dinero y ya. Déjalos, es lo que pasa todo el tiempo y es a lo que se dedican, ¿no? A quien le hayan dado el contrato, se está llevando una mega lana por algo que no costó nada. Es lo único que tienes que saber. No se preocupe. ¿Y qué más te da? ¿Qué más te da? Seas del bando que sea. ¿Qué más te da? Es de todas maneras, lo hacen todos los días. Pero no te preocupes, si eres del bando al que le dan dinero gratis, te van a seguir dando tu dinero gratis. Entonces deja de estar mamando, no tienes por qué defenderlo. Y si eres del otro bando, no, es que se van a seguir robando todo el dinero, güey. Mientras más rápido se den cuenta de eso, más rápido van a dejar de estar chingando y estar emputados todo el puto día. Y entender que literalmente el trabajo de estos güeyes es hacer que estés emputado todo el tiempo. Todo el tiempo. No solo emputado, pero también lleno de miedo y de incertidumbre, ¿no? Como dicen los pacos. Es que la incertidumbre del mercado no me deja invertir en él. Yo solo invierto cuando hay certidumbre que va a subir. La paquez, Dios mío. Bueno, vamos rápido a lo que me preocupa, que es algo bastante sencillo y tonto. Hemos tenido, y ahora, una vez más, en esto es algo que literalmente es un hobby mío leer de esto. No soy experto, es más, no soy experto en nada, pero mucho menos de esto. No tengo ni puta idea de lo que sea. He estado viendo más y más videos que tienen que ver con esto, que esto tiene que ver con la Tierra y con el espacio y con el Sol y todas estas cosas. Pero no estoy aquí para decirles, no, es que una vez que se alinean los planetas y todo esto, yo no tengo ni puta idea, tíos. No tengo ni puta idea. Pero he estado viendo mucho tiempo contenido de varias de este tipo de personas que hablan de ello. Y también he estado viendo en todos lados lo que está pasando en el mundo. ¿Ok? Y ahora vamos a llegar a ello. Y esto empezó con lo que les había dicho de las bolas de fuego que están cayendo a la Tierra. Como la que hay en el thumbnail, en la miniatura de este video, hay o sea, estamos en un año donde estamos, desde que empezamos a contar, que por cierto no lleva tanto tiempo, entonces tómenlo por lo que es, pero desde que empezamos a contar hace 15 años, cuántas bolas de fuego están entrando a la Tierra y las contamos de acuerdo a que la gente las reporta, ¿no? Que es como la confirmación. Este es el año que más bolas de fuego ha tenido entrando en toda la historia de los 15 años que llevan, ¿no? Anotando este pedo. Y quiero hablar de eso. Quiero hablar de eso porque se me hace bastante extraño. Otra cosa que hemos estado viendo sin parar es la resonancia magnética de la Tierra. Ha estado comportándose como loca, como absolutamente loca, ¿no? Y la otra cosa es el Sol. El Sol ha estado reventando llamarada tras llamarada tras llamarada y no para el cabrón. Y ahora estamos viendo un poco las consecuencias de esto, ¿ok? Estamos viendo las consecuencias de esto en la Tierra. Les quiero enseñar primero, vamos a la cuenta de X de uno de estos cracks, para que no se trata de mí contarles esto y de, güey, es que vean, esto es lo que va a pasar para nada. Pero hay algo que me preocupa aquí de verdad. Y ahora dentro de mi preocupación me vale verga. Se me haría la cosa más épica y a esto una vez más por eso. Si de verdad estamos aquí y no nos da miedo de lo que estamos hablando, bien. Si te da miedo, corre, tío. No tienes por qué escuchar esto. Para mí, que se acabe la Tierra con un meteoro gigante dándonos y que todos nos vayamos a la verga al mismo tiempo, sería el final más espectacular de esto, ¿no? En vez de morirme cagándome en un pañal, en una cama de viejito. Solamente tengo que decir eso. Y ahora, entiendo, todos estamos indiferentes. Tienes 19 años, no he vivido nada, güey, no digas eso. No, una vez más, si te da miedo esto, salte. Yo ya viví 30,000 vidas, ¿no? Entonces, a mí me la pela, da igual. Me da igual. Si viene mañana pinche meteoro y nos lleva a la verga a todos, personalmente diría, güey, wow, feliz. Fue el final de esto más cabrón de todos. Es el preámbulo a esto, ¿ok? Ahora, les voy a compartir en putiza lo que estoy diciendo. Les he compartido la cuenta de Stefan Burns antes en este canal, que este güey es un astrofísico, astrophysicist and geologist, no sé, geólogo en español y astrofísico. Creo que es como se dice en español, no tengo ni puta idea. De nuevo, ni mexicano ni gringo, en los dos lados no tengo casa, entonces para que sepan, ¿no? Que es como siempre me tratan. Lo que hemos estado también viendo son sonic booms y hemos estado escuchando. ¿Qué es un sonic boom? Cuando escuchas como una explosión. Cuando un avión de guerra va a más de la velocidad del sonido, crea una ola de sonido, ¿no? Como una explosión de sonido. Lo mismo pasa con los cohetes cuando empiezan a subir. Cuando rompen la barrera del sonido, escuchas un sonic boom, ¿no? Bastante fácil. Y tuvimos uno en Boston gigantesco. Tuvimos uno en South Carolina. Aquí está el de South Carolina también. Y empezamos a tener estos en todo lo que es la costa este de Estados Unidos. Y nadie sabe qué putas, ¿no? Pero se oyen, es como si algo explotara. Y después nos ponen, hay gente que encuentra la bola de fuego entrando a la atmósfera y reventando, porque la mayor cantidad de estos meteoritos o bolas de fuego que están entrando a nuestra atmósfera explotan. Quiero que sepan eso. Y esa explosión es lo que causa estas vibraciones y este sonido. Y ahora, si llegan a ser más grandes, puede que sí caiga toda la bola o una parte considerablemente grande de la bola en la Tierra. Pero hasta ahorita lo único que hemos visto es este tipo de cosas. ¿Ya pasó? Un segundo. Y escuchas a la gente, ¿no? ¿Qué puta madres fue eso? Este es otro donde están también en Carolina del Sur, donde se escucha en este hangar. No. Y acá hubo uno en Boston y tenemos el meteorito. Aquí tienes la prueba de esto, ¿no? Y esto literalmente está pasando en todo el mundo. Ahora, hay algo muy interesante con esto. Más allá de esto, esta es la bola también de fuego. Parecen falsos, pero son videos de verdad. Todos estos son videos de verdad. Todas estas son las cosas que hacen Sonic Booms, ¿ok? Y no tienen que caer a la Tierra también para que lo sepan. No tienen que caer a la Tierra para hacer daño. La explosión en sí misma, cuando el objeto es lo suficientemente grande, tiene un efecto puede crear vientos gigantescos como si fuera una bomba. Y ahora, este tío, el 2 de junio, nos dijo, hemos visto una de las llamaradas solares más grandes desde abril 24, el 2 de junio. Y esto tiene consecuencias bastante significantes, ¿no? Y esto se los había dado. Ayer vimos, y esto fue lo que dijo el 3 de junio, viene una mega tormenta solar. Y normalmente las tormentas solares tardan 4 o 5, entre 3 y 6 días en llegar, dependiendo de dónde puta madre esté la Tierra, ¿no? En todo este pedo. Y pues, tíos, no sé si vieron, esta es otra bola de fuego entrando a la Tierra. Esto también es la resonancia de Schumann, que es la resonancia de la Tierra, que nos cuenta que va a haber temblores. Y no sé si estén viendo esto o no, pero hubo un terremoto en las Filipinas de aquellos que quedan plasmados en la historia, ¿no? De 8 punto y cacho en algunos lugares hasta 9 en la escala de Richter, que fue lo que vibró. Esto es el sol. Cuando el sol hace esto, cuando el sol tiene las llamaradas, empieza a haber terremotos gigantescos dependiendo en dónde y el tamaño de la llamarada, pero normalmente el primero en ser jodido es Japón. No sé. Pobres güeyes en Japón, güey. Tienen a Godzilla y el sol es la amenaza más grande que tienen esos güeyes. Y en Japón explotó un volcán y hay todas estas cosas que están ocurriendo, de verdad. Una de las cosas que a mí más me fascina de esto es toda la gente que es espiritualista, súper espiritual y que puede canalizar diferentes cosas, ¿no? Sea una persona, varias cosas, varias personas, varias entidades, lo que sea. Han estado diciendo los meros meros que vamos a tener los siguientes años donde vamos a ver muchas luces que van a caer del cielo, que van a salir de la tierra, que van a estar en todos lados, y todas son diferentes. Y si puta madre no estamos viendo esto este año, y esto lo dijeron hace años, esto no lo dijeron hoy, se despertaron y dijeron, hoy van a haber luces, ¿no? Ya que todo el mundo, todas estas chingaderas están cayendo. Y hablan de un evento gigante. No tengo ni puta idea qué sea, tíos. Pero les voy a decir qué es lo que a mí me preocupa de todo esto, siendo completamente franco con ustedes. El hecho, a ver, les voy a preguntar esto. ¿Cuál es la función número 1 o 2 de las noticias y de los políticos? Más allá de mal informarte, ¿cuál es su función? Hacerte emputar, hacerte estar lleno de miedo y de ansiedad. ¿No? Es a lo que se dedican las noticias. Oh, es que va a venir ¿Cuántas veces te han dicho que te va a dar Ebola, ¿no? Ebola, te va a dar también el nuevo virus en que te sangra el ano por 39 días seguidos, te va a dar el otro virus que es peor que COVID porque esta gripa, no mames, no, ni los Kleenex te pueden detener los mocos. Te están intentando mantener ansioso todo el tiempo. ¿Por qué vergas no hablan de esto? Si el trabajo de estos güeyes es mantenerte llorando en tu sillón, esto podría espantar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible. ¿Por qué no lo están usando? Es mi pregunta, ¿no? Que de nuevo, no soy experto en nada, pero esto lo estoy viendo en el planeta y estoy viendo que está siendo ignorado por completo por la gente que nos quiere espantar y dar ansiedad todos los días. ¿Alguien me puede decir por qué vergas no lo están usando en contra nuestra si no va a pasar nada? ¿A nadie más se le hace raro? ¿O soy el único en este planeta que está viendo esto y dice, no mames, no hay pedo? Porque a mí lo que me suena, y ahora una vez más, no tengo ni puta idea, la Tierra pasa estamos en junio, más o menos por esta fecha, por un lugar en el espacio donde hay como una capa de pinches bolas de estas, ¿no? Y puede que nos estén cayendo, pero por la cantidad y la frecuencia que nos están cayendo, no podemos decir, ¿sabes qué es la ocurrencia que ocurre todos los años? Son idénticas. No, yo no lo creo. A mí lo que me suena es que hay una cosa, unas cosas más grandes que están jalando todas estas chiquitas que están cayendo en la Tierra. Eso es a mí a lo que me suena. Y ahora estas cosas van a pegarle a la Tierra, no tengo ni puta idea. Una vez más, yo no tengo miedo de esto, me da completamente igual. Si ahorita cae un pinche meteoro de no mames y nos lleva a todos la verga, qué chingón, güey. Primera fila, vi el fin del mundo, perfecto, ¿no? Me da igual. Pero simplemente me da como ¿por qué vergas no nos están intentando espantar con esto? Que de todas las cosas que puede funcionar para tenerte espantado del COVID y el virus que te sangre el ano y todas estas cosas, porque cuando te da Ebola, no sé si sepas esto, Ebola, no sé cómo se dice en español, cuando te da ébola, te sangra el culo también. Es una de las partes más bonitas del virus, pero es muy difícil que te lo contagien, por cierto. Muy, muy difícil, ¿no? Ni siquiera un estornudo. Tienes que literalmente chupar de la misma cosa que chupó un güey que se está muriendo con esa cosa. Simplemente se me hace muy raro. Se me hace muy raro que no lo estén mencionando en ningún lado y no los quieran espantar con esto si no hay nada detrás de ello. No, a ustedes no se les hace extraño y tenemos todas estas cosas que están ocurriendo ahorita al mismo tiempo en el mundo, todos estos temblores, la resonancia magnética de la Tierra. Hay algo. A mi gusto, aquí hay algo. No tengo ni puta idea que sea. Espero que no. Espero que esté completamente mal o simplemente un realineamiento de la Tierra donde se está acomodando la hija de la chingada, ¿no? Porque es un ser vivo, por supuesto. madre Gaia, la madre tierra, se está acomodando y simplemente es de, güey, me tengo que hacer esto y pues tengo, güey, va a haber tsunamis y va a haber todo este pedo y va a ser un año movido. Porque este año, no sé cuántos de ustedes sepan, vamos a tener el fenómeno del niño que ocurre, que, no sé, no estoy seguro de esto, pero ocurre cada año o no sé cuánto. Y aquí en Los Ángeles, por ejemplo, cada que ocurre, se quema toda la ciudad. Y este va a ser, este es el niño, el fenómeno del niño, proyectado a ser el más grande que hemos visto en toda la historia desde que estamos vivos. Y si lo es, entonces toda la gente que vive en Calabazas y en donde yo vivía antes, prepárense a tener que vendan su casa de una vez porque se van a quemar todas. Otra vez. Porque Los Ángeles está construido para que se queme. Entonces hay mucho de esto. No tengo ni puta idea qué quiera decir. Simplemente lo estoy poniendo ahí porque se me hace bastante interesante. Ahora, para todos ustedes que están buscando más contenido de, güey, yo quiero saber qué es lo que está pasando con Bitcoin, me vale verga el meteorito, güey, yo no puedo hacer dinero del meteorito. Ok, tienes toda la razón del mundo. Gracias por decir eso. Les dejé un video que hice este fin de semana, buenísimo. No, solamente con mis pensamientos pendejos. Ya saben, si quieren encontrar el video, está en este canal. Fue el video pasado de este, donde les cuento cuál es mi plan, qué es lo que estoy haciendo, etcétera, con los nuevos, no con los nuevos Bitcoin, pero con los Bitcoin. Se me hace bastante... es un buen video donde comparto exactamente lo que tengo en la cabeza y lo que estoy haciendo, ¿no? Un poco, les dije, no voy a compartir mis entradas, dónde estoy comprando, etcétera. En específico, no me interesa, no me vengo ya a hacer el héroe acá, ¿no? Me lo quiero sacar también de encima. Simplemente un poco de los pensamientos de por qué veo un poco las cosas algo diferente a lo que todo el mundo. Y que quede claro, tíos, porque ahorita que vamos a entrar al casino del tío Salo, para mí, yo tengo mi punto de vista. Alex tiene su punto de vista, Farhan tiene su punto de vista. Aquí no somos uno y todos nos ponemos de acuerdo y hacemos un análisis y entre todos tiene que salir lo mismo. Cada uno de nosotros tiene su propia manera de analizar las cosas. Cada uno de nosotros tiene su propia experiencia con esto, analizando todas las cosas. Y tenemos, a fin de cuentas, resultados diferentes en lo que pensamos por los métodos que usamos para razonar estos resultados. Entonces, por eso para mí es muy importante que aprendan lo que estamos haciendo aquí si quieres ser bueno, porque es muy fácil echar la culpa a otros y decir, no, güey, es que yo le hice caso a este güey en vez de a ti, o a ti en vez de este güey sabe más que tú. Para empezar, yo no sé nada. Estos güeyes son los que me enseñaron todo lo que sé. Estos güeyes son los más vergas con las tablas. No hay absoluta duda en esto. Pero es importante que lo entiendan porque este fin de semana me preguntaban, güey, es que uno de ustedes está diciendo que esto va a $500 y el otro está diciendo que no y tú estás diciendo que ni madres. Es correcto. Cada uno de nosotros tiene su propio punto de vista y su propio análisis y sus propias maneras de hacer las cosas y su propio plan de inversión. Mi plan de inversión, se lo saben, les conté y también está compartido en ese video, no crean que no. Acá, por cierto, les quiero compartir, por si no han todavía entrado, tienen nuestro Discord que es completamente gratuito, mis queridísimos hermanos de Cristo, aquí. Y en nuestro Discord, acá les había pasado que MicroStrategy estaba en una posición divertida para poner atención, porque pues olvidemos el ruido que están causando en todos lados y solamente pongamos un poco de atención a lo que de verdad está pasando, ¿no? Que se me hace muy importante, que es que Strategy vendió 3 bitcoins, ¿no? Casi. ¿Vendió cuántos? 32. Y hoy, obviamente, están, pero jalándosele en tu cara el día de hoy con Vivek compró 32 bitcoins por 2 millones en vez de 2 millones y medio que vendió Saylor. Pero el precio de esta chingadera no está bajando más. Por supuesto que soy un comprador en 104, que es la línea amarilla que están viendo acá. Pero es interesante todo lo que tiene todo esto. A mí personalmente se me hace y también disfruto mucho de poder escuchar el feedback que me dan cuando les presento ideas, porque eso me habla mucho del sentimiento y el sentimiento de mercado es como en este momento es el mismo para todos, ¿no? Y simplemente creo que esta vez no podemos esperar lo esperado de siempre. Les dejé todo ese video el día de ayer, pero aquí les comparto todas mis pendejadas también. Aquí están Sol e Ethereum que habían caído. Justamente les había dicho, es hora de buscar colocaciones en cripto. Estábamos en estos niveles y todo bajó más, delicioso. Personalmente ya estoy dentro, tengo unos, no promedios, básicamente entradas deliciosas en este momento, estoy muy contento y vamos a seguir dándole para adelante. También acá tienes todos los análisis de Alex. Alex se dedica más y también Farhan como a trading, no como a trading, que es más a corto plazo. Entonces yo te puedo decir, yo no soy tan bajista, pero puedo seguir esperando a que baje más. Que nos quede claro, porque hay mucha gente que se confunde en ese pedo. Alex es más, esto es lo que estoy viendo ahorita y también Farhan, lo que están viendo a tiempo. Ahora, de todo esto que pone Alex o Farhan también, tienen que entender que hay veces que usan abreviaciones y esas abreviaciones están en criptolingo. Porque muchos entran y dicen, güey, no entiendo ni vergas de lo que están diciendo, aunque hable inglés. Y lo entiendo perfectamente. Es como cuando ustedes, los adolescentes, me hablan a mí, no entiendo ni vergas de lo que están diciendo. Porque estoy viejo o porque tienen un diferente lingo. Esto es el criptolingo que usan estos cabrones. Aquí lo tienen perfectamente descrito en inglés y en español, por supuesto, con las abreviaciones para que lo entiendan. Es el punto de la movida. Todo esto es gratis en nuestro Discord. Todo Discord es gratis. No hay una sola parte aquí que sea exclusiva para gente que pague algo, ¿no? Entonces, toda la información va para todos ustedes, para que no quede la duda. Ahora, si quieres aprender cómo usar mínimo las bases de esto, porque a mi punto de vista necesitas, para poder hacer un análisis completo, a como yo lo sigo, necesitas tres cosas. Entender las noticias, no entenderlas ni verlas, pero entender qué es lo que todo el mundo está hablando, entender la tabla, mínimo a nivel básico, entender una tabla, no para hacer trading, nivel básico, y después sentir la emoción total del mercado. Si puedes hacer un análisis con estos tres factores uno por uno, vas a ser un gran ganador. Esta es la parte donde simplemente te podemos enseñar lo de la tabla, ¿no? Más allá de eso, a mí me tienes como recurso para contarte todas las estupideces que estoy sintiendo con todo el mercado, etcétera. Pero esto es para que puedas analizar la tabla. Tenemos aquí arriba en productos, y lo voy a poner en español, que ya me mamé otra vez. En productos, aquí arriba, o hasta aquí arriba, tenemos un curso de $29.99, tíos, donde puedes literalmente aprender cómo volverte de cero a trader. Pero esto te enseña las bases de cómo leer una tabla, de qué significa altos, bajos, qué es una vela, dónde meterte a la tabla, y lo explicamos en la forma más sencilla posible del planeta. Y la razón por qué es porque así me hubiera gustado aprender, en vez de gastarme una buena lana comprando cursos que ya te hablan como si fueras un pinche ingeniero en tablas, y no es así. Entonces lo hicimos bastante barato. Güey, ¿por qué no es gratis? Porque nadie aprecia nada de lo que es gratis. Les doy cosas gratis todo el tiempo y se la pasan por los huevos. Entonces cuesta $29.99 y así también vas a pensar, ¿sabes qué? Ya me gasté dinero en esta pendejada, debería de usarlo. Entonces ahí lo tienes. Ahora, para la gente que quiere aprender de esto, de trading, vamos a hablar de trading, y lo quiere ya meterse más de lleno, lo que recomiendo para hacerlo de la forma más barata es ve el curso y velo un par de veces, no nada más una vez, dura 1 hora y 40 minutos. Ves el curso y ven estos en vivos. Ven estos en vivos, puta madre, 3 horas, güey, de trading nada más. Y con eso te deberían de salir preguntas. Porque, güey, no entiendo esto, ¿por qué está diciendo esto, no? ¿Qué va con ese concepto? Para esos, una vez que ya tengas todas estas preguntas listas, métete aquí en las sesiones de trading en vivo, que además de que podemos analizar precios de que estás viendo ahorita, la gente que nos habla en el chat en el eTradingAcademy.us está hablando con este paquetín aquí. También ellos tienen acceso a la clase de este jueves, que es exclusivamente para ellos por 4 horas, solamente repasando todo lo que necesiten. Tienen todas las clases pasadas en la biblioteca aquí. Tienes más de 41 videos de 4 horas, o sea, es un chingo de tiempo de contenido repasando cosas. Y tienes también otra serie de librería donde hay preguntas frecuentes como qué es volatilidad, cómo uso el apalancamiento, cómo pongo las líneas memes como tú, Alejandro. Ahí está todo eso puesto. Es lo que te recomendaría ya. A ese punto vienes, preguntas y con eso te puedes ir a donde quieras y aprender lo que sea. Una cosa que tengo que decirle a todo el mundo, hay muchos de ustedes que entran y dicen, oye, güey, ¿me puedes enseñar cómo tradear con las velas de Hakinashi y la verga? Güey, no usamos nada de eso. Aquí te vamos a explicar lo que nosotros hacemos, ¿no? Es lo importante. Eso es lo que nosotros somos buenos en y entendemos al máximo. Si estás intentando, si ves esto y dices, güey, yo quiero aprender cómo tradear en Japón, ve con un güey que tradea en Japón, güey, ¿no? Solamente para que no haya desconecte. Y también tenemos alertas de trading. Estas solamente las recomiendo a la gente que ya sepa lo que está haciendo. Si no tienes ni puta idea de lo que está haciendo, no vale la pena que las compres. Tus emociones te van a hacer equivocarte. Y luego vas a venir a llorar en Twitter. No lo vengas a hacer, por el amor de Dios. Me prefiero ahorrar los $10 que voy a ganar con eso, ¿no? Porque se tiene que dividir entre tres todo este dinero, menos aparte todo lo que cuesta poner todas estas pendejadas en línea. ¡Wow! La fortuna. Solamente eso. Solamente quería decir eso. Y para todos los que ya están listos y saben lo que están haciendo y quieren aprender cómo usar un exchange de futuros, que es donde haces shorts y longs y todas esas cosas, tenemos aquí en Tutos, que también es completamente gratis para todos ustedes si ya aprendieron eso, cómo tradear en Bitunix, cómo tradear en Blofin. Bitunix es de criptos, Blofin es criptos más acciones tokenizadas como Google, Meta, SpaceX, todas esas mamadas que ya todo el mundo está tradeando SpaceX por alguna razón. Que Dios los bendiga, güeyes, se los digo, van a perder el culo, espérense. Pero bueno, cada quien, ¿no? En un video de 11 minutitos, cómo usar Bitunix, te enseñamos cómo usar el exchange, cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, cómo mandarla a futuros, cómo encontrar Bitcoin, cómo encontrar Solana, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un long, cómo poner un stop loss, todas esas cosas, sacar tu dinero. Todo eso está en este video de 11 minutos completamente gratis. Y si te quieres registrar aquí en esto, es completamente gratis. Este es el enlace que usamos. Y ahorita que me manden el enlace para hacer el draw de Bitunix, hacemos el draw. Entonces, denme un segundo. Probablemente lo empecemos cuando yo vaya a empezar a hacer mi análisis de Bitcoin. Así que voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan y vamos a darle para adelante. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos días, cabrones. Happy new week. Feliz new semana. Nueva semana.
Nueva. Nueva is 9, but that's really good.
That was close.
Yeah. How are you, Alex?
Doing pretty good. Finally, basically moved. It was very hectic last week, honestly.
No, you bet.
Mashallah. How's the new place?
No, I'm not moved into the house yet. We're just living in places until August, essentially. But the hard part's done. Moving 3,000 miles, all the babies, all our shit. And I got a car from the States, so we're situated.
Mazel tov.
Yeah, good job.
So
that's the biggest pain in the dick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see why it's the most stressful thing for people. Moving sucks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, whenever you're done with this, with looking at the Bitcoins, would you please send me if there's an updated link for the Bitunix thing or the last one? Because we couldn't do it on Friday. It said that the shit expired.
Okay. Yeah, when I'm done with this, I'll text you about that.
Perfecto.
Yeah, let's get started because on Friday I actually had a missed stream. And I was looking when I woke up in the middle of the day on Friday because Thursday I was just basically driving all night. Thank God for Tesla FSD, honestly. I did notice we actually took out the low on Bitcoin. This is interesting to me because, well, this basically just confirmed actually last Friday what we all were kind of suspecting, which was maybe Bitcoin is in a macro downtrend. Perhaps this is some kind of lower high being grinded out exactly where we'd expect, right? The monthly 9 has been the easy spot in the bull market to gauge monthly higher lows, but also in the bear market, we're noticing lower highs are being formed off the monthly. There was no difference here in that basically low in February, March, April, May. You're just essentially grinding up and trying to reach the monthly EMA 9 again, the same last spot that you were grinding up back in November before it rejected in January, which was right off that monthly 9. You also have the 9 and the 21 touching tips at that point. It's very important because what we identified here is whenever we actually cross the monthly 9 and 21, you'll have many people call for a bottom at that point, near a bottom, sure, but what we actually get is more downside continuation upon cross that gave you about a 37% move. If you measure it from that absolute wick low here and go down, that still was about a 21% move down. Can also see here, last bear market, the 9, the 21 crossing, we'll just take it from this wick high down. It gave you in about a month and a half, 18% down. So what we're noticing is, yes, close to some kind of at least bottom, close to it, at least we can say somewhat close, but Is a bottom confirmed yet? And for me, it's not. What we need to really start seeing now is a nice aggressive move down to all that $49,000 region. Let me delete this real fast. We'll just view volatility. The issue is volatility is so hot here. If you are basically bidding here, you're betting on this monthly volatility to flip in favor of bulls. You will notice back in May, it was starting July, June, July, August. My apologies, July, August. It was starting to fire off here, but then it reset. You will see you've surpassed that zone. You're now in the 25%, indicating volatility on the monthly is actually quite mature at this point. That is something you absolutely need to be watching. It's the equivalent of basically becoming bearish on Bitcoin in February 2024. So here. And what actually occurred here? We got volatility firing off, was in 25%. We then ended up actually making the next leg up before coming down. Okay, volatility did reset here on the monthly. But at that point, I mean, 25% was right here. So it was the equivalent of still going up basically another 22%. It's the equivalent of now Bitcoin going down another 22%. Actually hits basically on par with our target at 49,000. This is very significant, I believe, because now that we know a macro lower low is in, well, what have we basically been identifying this entire bear market? As soon as the lower lows are in, Bitcoin goes in immediately for the lower high. Lower low in, Bitcoin goes immediately in for the lower high. Lower low in. And this is interesting because, well, Bitcoin ever so slightly made the lower low. Even if you use closing bases, if this closes anywhere here, still producing that just based on February's closing basis. So you are in lower low posturing now. That's why I do believe within the next week or two, we actually could start seeing a bounce here on Bitcoin. It's exactly what I was talking about yesterday on Instagram Live. More likely a bounce here in this zone, but don't get it twisted about the bounce. The bounce most likely fizzles out at 69,200. So with Bitcoin now at 63,800, we're almost there, but still, I would be really keen on waiting and watching carefully here. The monthly is telling the story, and so the story is finalized here. You got your lower low on the monthly. Remember, for the last few months, this was always guiding our shorts here. Actually, on stream, we were talking about the highest financial opportunity being in 82 to 81,000. That was accurate. And now that we've broken down and you have a lower low break, you actually now need to start watching for some kind of mean reversion. If you're now just starting to get bearish, that's just a mistake. And Bitcoin absolutely could still go down 22% from here. But I don't like being aggressive on lower low breaks. That generally is what gets traders in trouble. So now that we kind of understand the bigger picture on the monthly, we understand Friday's price action made a lot of sense. If this wasn't a monthly downtrend, we've now just gotten the lower low break. And we did talk about if we do end up forming some kind of lower high in the 82,000 region, expect an aggressive move all the way back down to the lows of February. That's basically what did occur. May, you even closed a nice shooting star. June, you got follow through, was right off the monthly 34 after a deviation play. Really, I mean, Bitcoin was as gracious and simple as it possibly could be for these shorts, honestly. Was even as simple as losing January's low, drawing a meme line and just staying under it and constituted a breakdown. Even here, could have used May 23rd's low. Draw to mean line. This is exactly what we talked about on the Discord. Notice that gave you continuation down immediately. Excuse me. So that's the monthly. We do need to be watching very carefully. 22 days left to go. Some, funky stuff could happen here on the monthly. We could literally into June get an entire move up. Everyone will become bullish at this point. Many will actually start calling for this to be a hammerhead before it even flips green. That's exactly what you want to see. You actually want to start seeing this get bought up. This will play exactly into the weekly trap that I'm going to talk about. The monthly gets bought up. We still have 22 days left to go, meaning you really could start seeing a nice buyback here into the middle of June. And that's significant for me because if we now go to the bi-weekly and down, Well, what occurred on this bi-weekly? And what should instantly be like your TP zone? We all scaled shorts here at ETA on the Discord, shorts everywhere. We posted shorts here. So are we aggressively holding shorts on a lower low break? I mean, that would just be absolutely crazy, in my opinion, specifically when you know in 1 month Bitcoin gave you basically another 27% move down, literally in just like in a month. It gave you that. So there's no reason now to be holding shorts at all. I noticed even our Solana short basically missed TP by $2. We should show here. It's like, come on, boys. We really should not be getting too aggressive on shorting here. We should be looking to de-risk because I do see more setups actually coming. Now, notice what held into this bi-weekly, 62.2. So did you get a proper breakdown quite yet? No. Are you breaking down? Technically, yes. But the fact that we didn't close 62.2 on a bi-weekly tells me that maybe we're not going to reach 49,000s quite yet. And I'm very open to a bottom here, investing here, and even looking for higher at this point, but I got to see more data. So until then, I have to be just looking for some kind of lower high to be formed here. Lower low break, lower high. Remember, this dynamic has really been accurate on these lower low breaks. We just go in for immediately the next lower high. Seems repetitive, but really that's just been what's holding. This is really what's been helping us through these chop zones. Right? It's like the bi-weekly's chopping, but we're in a downtrend. The monthly's chopping, but we're in a downtrend. And I could have said the bi-weekly's in a downtrend as well. That never changed. But what we do have here, which was different versus November, December, January's consolidation, was during February, March, April into May. This is actually what produced the next macro lower high on the monthly. So this is something we did identify. This is technically now the first ever bearish monthly consolidation we've ever had in this bear market, ever. Well, wait, Alex, didn't you say that back in like November, December? No. This was bi-weekly bearish consolidation. Let me actually go to the bi-weekly. This was bearish consolidation on the bi-weekly, the first time ever occurring. This was also bearish consolidation, but understand we already had that here November, December, January. So this was literally no changes. The only actual change was the fact that the monthly now is giving you bearish consolidation. A very easy perspective is if the bi-weekly ended up dumping us 30% on bearish consolidation, what will actually the monthly do? And that's a big, point of concern here for bulls. Yes, I do believe now when we go to the bi-weekly again, we are going to get some kind of bounce. And we are starting to see that from wick low to where we're currently at. You have bounced basically 7%. That means nothing yet. Bitcoin can literally keep bouncing all the way up. Let's go. It can bounce 17% all the way back up to 69,200, where that will actually play a bear trigger. You had a massive deviation of the bi-weekly 100. You also had lots of chop in February, March, right off the bi-weekly 100. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Bitcoin started to chop right here? And then it went up and then it deviated. Because this has now made it the perfect place for us to disregard. When we do end up making that 17% bounce, the monthly is almost flipping green. What do you think is going to occur here? Well, I guarantee, I bet that many are going to become bullish again, just like they've been here, just like they were here. And right, let's actually measure these moves up from wick low to wick high, because I think they're actually quite important. So that was a 21% move up. That was a 36% move up. So again, wick low to wick high. You absolutely can move up 17% on a mean reversion. And if Bitcoin's actually the weakest it's ever been, you would expect still a mean reversion bounce, but perhaps it doesn't break the 20, 25, or even 30% mean reversion bounce. Perhaps you are just only going to go to 69,000. Many will disregard this short trigger because they'll be calling for higher, 73, 76, maybe even people will call for 82s again. But now we have an easy identifying point of risk. As long as you do stay under specifically 82,800, you are now going to be producing the next lower high. That could occur here. This would be the easy spot. Could literally actually occur at 76. But with what I just showed you, is that really a likely outcome to be looking for? A move all the way back up to 76,000? No. Because now what you have is a range breakdown. You held 62.2. That constitutes a move back to 65, which again, let's just watch that really fast, really carefully, because I think that's important. Let me just actually get the indicator on. Let me delete some of this. How funny would it be if Bitcoin ends up putting the 20% move off 65K bearish retest? Now, again, I play what I know. I'm not going to be looking at that as a actionable setup until you get a few rejections off of that. But I'm not going to sit here and say we're guaranteed to go up to 69,000, because what could actually occur is Bitcoin just actually rejects 65. For the last few weeks, you were holding that as support. Boom, 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 expansion up. You've lost it. How funny would it be if you retest? Now, on the weekly and daily, this will give us more clarity. But I'm just kind of mentally noting that just so we all can kind of see if we end up rejecting 65K, is that going to be a major shocking to us? No. We still are getting a target down to 42,800. Just like I mentioned on the monthly, you're still getting a target down to 49,000, meaning you're having a big drop down still brewing on Bitcoin, with even volatility supporting the idea of moving. We need to be watching carefully. Now, I do believe for ETA, and a lot of you are in ETA, so for ETA, the next easy place to start shorting will be here. We're going to play what we know. I'm not going to fully post Academy trades on a meme line until I actually get some data here. Could result into at least 2 weeks of rejecting 65K, which could at least mean that for the next 2 weeks, you're going to basically do nothing in markets. You're going to make a shallow lower high. Going into July, August is when you're going to start making the next leg down, possibly finding a bottom into October. Because that could occur. All of June, you could just hang out around 62, 65, 69. And let's please not forget that that was the range for quite a while, 62, 65, 69. So now with that logic, you just simply play the ranges. You reclaim 62.2, which you never lost. You'll move up to 65. You get back above 65. That's your free move up to 69. You're not using these ranges to long. That doesn't make too much sense in a macro downtrend, but rather just sit on your hands. Wait for the Glock 3000 short zone again. And then start scaling with the boys. So that is kind of what I'm watching on just the bi-weekly and confluence with the monthly. I'm not really seeing a reason on why markets should bottom here. That quickly could be actually the case if you simply get back above 69,200. I will actually be looking at a deviation reclaim of 69,200 as my criteria to start longing Bitcoin for back to around 95.5. Because wouldn't that make sense? This was just a massive liquidity grab. You then start reclaiming back above 69,200. Bears enter this market again, the chop zone. You get complacent where this actually starts putting bullish price structure. Once you get back above 69,200, you slingshot back up, breaking 82.2 high. That's why I'm not going to be too aggressive if you end up getting back above 69,200 versus here where I was very aggressive in shorting in April. Very aggressive. So now we have kind of an easy market, in my opinion. We're not really shorting 65K. We're going to be watching carefully to see that. But as long as you are above 62.2, more likely to move at minimum to 69,000, where that will retest your bi-weekly EMA 5. So already that's the first point of contact on weakness. You also are in a bi-weekly deviation. You were holding the weekly 5, bi-weekly 5, my apologies, which then majorly dumped you. We know Bitcoin likes to put in these massive red dildos, like how we had. And do we often get just massive continuation from these points? No, you most likely get some kind of bounce towards the 5. I mean, even back in January, you held 76K. You did end up bouncing towards, what was it, 79 to 5? That was about a 4% move. But I do think it's wise you viewing that bi-weekly 5. Now, let's just quickly throw the HPDR in and see. And look at this. This is just perfect confluence of what I'm saying, honestly. Because you could have a reason to reject the 50%, 65K. But more so, you should just be looking for the bearish retest at 69K. Like HBDR is telling you, the better spot to be shorting is 69,200 at this region. But you absolutely could reject the 50%. This is where then lower time frame trading will be your friend. If you start losing 62.2 on even a daily candle closure, which again, I will start showing lower time frames, that will be your trigger to actually move down to 49K. But until then, the biweekly has 13 days left to go. You haven't even reached the 50% yet. So if you're shorting here now, that doesn't make any sense. You at minimum should wait for 65K. But what I'm going to be doing now is, well, we were able to get nice TPs, if not like $1, $2 away from our TPs, hashtag Solana. I'm looking at as pretty much good to go. We can start scaling more shorts on altcoins and Bitcoin at 69,000. Remember, many are not going to be taking this short setup, which is a Glock 3000 short setup. Many are not going to be taking that. They're going to be calling for higher. But remember, let's not disregard a 69,000 cycle high spot that's majorly important. And, you know, all we're doing now is grinding out bearish price structure. We are now in the equivalent of this market, though. Just so everyone is fully aware of what's going on, we are literally in the equivalent of this market, where Bitcoin can go to 69,200 and then massively reject in 1 week, go back down to 55K. And then in 1 month, essentially, you're back to 42,000 on Bitcoin when it was sitting basically at the 69,000s. Here as well, 69,000 rejected. You literally went all the way down to the 49,000, which then bottomed you out. So are we looking for a bottom here? No. Is this, not a bad spot to be nibbling? Absolutely not. And I do see Tío Salo, Mr. Alejandro's buying the dip here. Absolutely makes sense. I mean, gone down. Let's see here. You've gone down about 53%. You're never going to get perfect investment entries. But that does seem like, pretty much good to go to start nibbling a little bit here. But fully aware that once you do make that next leg down, this should be the bottoming zone right here. I am convinced this will be the bottoming zone. I don't actually think Bitcoin will lose its monthly EMA 100. I do believe that's going to be where we're going to bottom. And so if we actually just take everything off and just only look kind of at what we're mentioning here. Let's see here. Took a minute. Okay. Can we just hide all? There we go. Right. I mean, now actually just throw on our moving averages. That took a long time here. Let me just do that real fast. You're actually not too far away from our Glock 3000 bottoming zone. Like, really, you're not that far from it. It's not like you're investing here, hashtag Scotty and the boys. It's not like you're investing here, hashtag Grant Cardone. It's not like you're investing here, hashtag Olive CR. You're investing here at a 52-week low. That makes sense to me on Bitcoin. If you end up getting this a little lower, I would be watching for a bottom to be formed. So we are very close, in my opinion. But remember, each and every bottom has given you multiple months. Multiple months you've had. Look at this. If you bited the apples, you made a bottom at 3,200. So in this region, you had a very easy spot to be buying. I mean, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. And then if you're a confirmation buyer, you're on your 6th month to reclaim at the monthly 9. This is when you could have bought and you would have literally made 10 Ds in 2 months. Let's keep going. There's never on Bitcoin ever just a tap and go. We're going in a bull market next month. I mean, you boys remember how 2022 was. Remember the 0.1% moves every single day, leading to the 0.2% moves on the weekly, leading to maybe a half a point move on the monthly. where everyone was calling for $12,000. Bitcoin consolidated there for multiple weeks before slowly moving up. It did end up giving you a few bites of the apple. What I'm referring to, if you weren't there, was basically this consolidation here, where Bitcoin ended up really just doing nothing on this region. But still, if you gauge this spot here and here, okay, that gave you still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Confirmation traders could have gotten the confirmation on just either the 9 or the 5 reclaiming. You had options. It's okay, like confirmation traders still would have been right. You know, degenerates gambling or investing, the lows would have been right. But still, you do still get a few bites of the apple. Let's actually look here, go back to 2012, 2013. Okay, so here was the bottom at $2. Bitcoin went up to 5. So you still had, though, I guess 1, 2, 3 months being able to buy the dip. Could argue 5 months, but we'll say 3. You could have bought the dip for 3 months here. Let's keep going. Could have bought the dip for multiple months here. So, you know, it's like absolutely could come down to 48,000. Absolutely could grind a bottom out. Am I looking at that as a spring zone? No. I'm just looking at that as a place we're probably going to consolidate for multiple months. Like, remember, if we end up spending June moving up, July rejecting, August making the bottom, September consolidating, that means the bottom could be in October. And then that just means it's going to take it to like 2027 to break out from here. Remember, a breakout could just mean we're going to start forming a range, 49,000 to like 69,000. You know, like a 46% range. Which honestly would make a lot of sense, actually. We just get the bulk of this move down by October. Many expect a bottom there. I think the bottom will be in, but I don't think we're just going to move up from there. I think we're just going to slowly consolidate for multiple months until 2027. Now, that could play out nicely with Alejandro's January 2027, you know, actually kind of target for when we're going to start moving up again. Actually, honestly. And that means like this year is kind of just the wait, positioning, and watching year. Excuse me. So that's the monthly. That's kind of my idea. And remember, with monthly volatility firing off, wherever that may be, where's my BBWP boy? Come on. Okay. Interesting. No worries. Never fear. Trading views here to mess up. We'll just go here, BBWP. Here we go. Right. And so with the monthly volatility, oh, my settings are all messed up. How lovely. Honestly, let me just go back. Put elevator music in the background. There we go. Because I really don't want to do my settings, which are available at our Discord, by the way, by Mr. Farhano Mexicano. So with the monthly volatility firing off, we still just have to be very cautious that even on a lower low break, that's just going to lead to some kind of lower high, which now going to the weekly, we'll talk about, because we've been only talking about the bi-weekly and monthly. The weekly is telling a story here. And that story is you held the weekly SMA 200. That's my mid-range, literally. That was the target down. We did really talk about that. The issue is when you actually hit the weekly SMA 200 last week, you had many people on CR talking about weekly SMA 200 was tapped. It's exactly why I was expecting this low not to hold and why we only had a TP around 65K, which actually did TP on that mean reversion long. Was the only long I posted actually in a long time, but it was successful. But you did see you fell through that. You broke the low and you fell through it. But you didn't close below it. So this is still guiding you at least by saying, yeah, probably not the place to be aggressively shorting here. We know if you start losing weekly SMA 200, that's our trigger to make the next leg down. We can start aggressively shorting with the boys. No big deal at all, targeting 49K. But until then, we should be looking for at least the weekly SMA 200 to hold here. That could mean we're going to just close a green dildo for 6 days, get the weekly into next week, back test it, start moving up into July. I'd want to start seeing 69,200 tested. And don't forget, you still have a weekly silver cross to the downside, which has literally been helping us. Even on that move up to the 82.2, all you did was ever so slightly break your weekly 5 or your weekly 21. My apologies. Your weekly 21 here ended up just rejecting the 100, then coming back down, meaning the weekly silver cross is actually still very accurate. That is telling us that Bitcoin could move all the way up to 71,300, maybe slightly overshooting 69,000 before moving down. That's only if you view the 9. If you view the 5, though, is saying what the bi-weekly is saying. The very bearish spot to reject would be 69,200. You're just simply rejecting your weekly 5. Which again, don't act like that's not what can occur. In February, you front ran the rejection of the 5 before putting in like a 20% move down. So that means from wick low up, you went up about 4.8% before rejecting. I know it's not the biggest bounce, but still, you bounced almost rejecting the 5 before coming down. That's why we need to be watching this setup. This really solidifies the range. 62.2 support, 65 mid-range, and 69,200 is your clock 3,000 resistance. Don't get it twisted on the bigger scale of things, like kind of just overall outlook. The weekly SMA 200 will be your mid-range for business. This is kind of like the spot you want to stop doing business in terms of shorting, waiting for higher. And if you lose this weekly SMA 200, that's your trigger that you are going to make the next leg down. Each and every single time Bitcoin loses its weekly SMA 200, results into a move down. This is 14%, where this did end up getting bought up, but it tested around the lows. Here's another one. I'll take it just from this zone. 19%, not even from that low. Here's another one. It's about a 19% again. Here's another one. This was a failure, in quotation marks, failure. That still gave you a 9% move down. Meaning, you just simply short weekly SMA 200 and you would have made money. Here was another failure, actually. Now, this one got the close under it and then immediately got a reclaim. So this was an actual failure. But still, I mean, wick basis, you went down 26%. Here's another one. 14%, wick basis was about 30% down. Excuse me. Okay. It's really not fun being sick. I haven't been sick in a while. I think moving, trading made me sick, honestly. Bulls put a curse on me. It's messed up. So, knowing all of this, do we have FOMO to short here? No. Do we have FOMO to buy here? No. We're just sitting on our hands at this point. Let the degenerates trade the new range. Let the degenerates trade the new chop. And we'll just simply really be waiting for the extremity short. Understand, if you get a 17% mean reversion bounce, this most likely takes out all the shorts. I guarantee many weren't shorting 76,000, and I promise you many weren't shorting 82,000. Many were shorting 69s and 65s. So a move up properly to 69,200 will basically get everyone out. Okay, let me just see. Texting our good friends, Bitunix. So I hope we understand that. Let's see where that weekly median is, because remember, the weekly median has been the spot we've been noticing since October, really. That price has been rejecting massively from it. Let's see where the weekly median is at all. Oh, goodness. It's wow. It shifted all the way up to 83,000. And just so you know, you did end up rejecting the weekly median again. What do I mean by that? Well, here you rejected it. Here you rejected it. This was very similar, actually. What occurred this month was very similar to October. You deviated it, rejected it, leg down. Here you deviated it. Remember the weeklies were looking good for bulls here? This was a trap. And this is something I want everyone to mentally prepare for next time. The weeklies and bi-weeklies and even the 5 days somewhat has been a very big trap to bulls. The weekly will shift into an uptrend. The weekly median will be reclaimed. Weekly volatility will look like it's firing off. But what's holding your dreams and hopes is the monthly. And as long as the monthly, which is the bigger time frame, is bearish, it doesn't matter if a weekly flips bull. This just plays into the chop. Because we know the weekly 100 was your big spot that you need to reclaim. And that is the spot that rejected. Now with the weekly median shifting at 84,300, this just plays into the idea most likely you're not going to retest this median, meaning you're not going to go back to around the 82,000 high. You very easily could move up to 69,000. And you're even going to notice here that the bottom 38.2% at 73,800. Notice that that's not even at 76,000. So it does seem like Bitcoin's going to find some resistance around 69 to 73,000. Let's go to the lower time frames now. Oh, I can't wait for everyone to call this a hammerhead reversal bottom candle going up to a new bull market. How did that treat everyone here in November? This is like as bullish. This is like as bullish as you could get in terms of candlestick. Right? Just perspective is key because like that doesn't matter. And I already know people are posting about that before it's confirmed. So just be fully aware. This did spark a move up though. Hitting the 5-day 9 could mean we're going to hit the 5-day 9. At least the 5, that's at 69,000. The 5-day 9's at 72. So am I shorting here with the boys? No. I'm just simply looking for a little higher. And once we get to 69 to 73,000, I will be posting shorts for ETA. If you're not in the academy, well, GG. But if you are, pay attention to the trading alerts. I'm updating them. And if, again, you're not in the academy, well, understand if the macro lower highs end, then most likely you can run with like low leverage shorts here and just run with the lower high being the stop loss. Because now this market has become really easy for bears to know exactly where we're wrong. If Bitcoin starts bouncing from here, doing this, oh man, do we have an idea of being in a downtrend? This could be possibly breaking that. Then the higher high leads to a higher low, which then leads you up. But remember what I mentioned before all of this. If you see two things happen, this is when you can become bullish. And this is the only criteria on when you can become bullish. Either you see a monthly EMA9 reclaimed, because every single time you see a monthly EMA9 reclaimed and holding, you move up. Or a daily SMA 200. Now, daily SMA 200, if you're not a monthly time trader, is the easier, better one, because that's a more actionable setup, and that's literally what helped us here, scaling shorts. It just really did not seem wise getting bullish here, like at all. It just, like, actually, per the book on downtrends and bear markets, that's like the last spot you're supposed to get bullish on. This is the spot you're only supposed to become bearish. So if you end up rallying all the way back up, you know, monthly 9, daily SMA 200 are all sitting right near the same spot again. How easy for us. Only when you get back above those 2 points is when I'll start becoming bullish. Well, wait, Alex, didn't you say a bottom might form on 69,000 reclaim? Absolutely, little Jimmy, or little David is what I should say. And that's exactly why on a daily, this will be your first big sign that you are going to reach the SMA 200 again once you break back above 69.2. Where then that's where it's going to be the decision point. Do you end up macro lower highing at the same exact spot that's rejected us for the last 2 times now? Or are you about to form a bottom? So, you know, little Jimmy, little David, it's okay. That still is an accurate call out, but the 69,200 is just what is going to determine if you're going to actually move up into the 80s or not. For me, that's not even likely. Now let's do on the lower time frames, because I know, people want trades, they want lower time frame ideas. And let's actually see, because I'm seeing a lot become bullish here, and I want to see why. Okay, so you have a little daily deviation. Here's your daily retest. Here's your expansion. Most likely a retest of the daily 9. There's confluence at 65K. 65K was pretty strong support. Please don't forget that. That's why if you don't reclaim 65K and for the next 2-3 days you start rejecting it, that's going to be my sign that you're going to break down from here. Actually, 62.2 will be our next short zone. But remember, you're just going to use the weekly SMA 200 to start shorting again. So I literally see no FOMO in this market. I actually see this market being the easiest it's ever been in terms for bears. And all it will require from us is just to be patient, honestly. And even something as like a daily deviation with a retest here still would have printed you how much? 2% up. So this market's pretty accurate so far, but it's also very volatile. And that's why like a move up to 17% could absolutely occur. That's not a shocking thing to me. Daily volatility is now in the extremes. You're contracting, so this could mean a mean reversion. Lower high is more likely from this point. Now, the 5-day EMA 9 was always our guide. This is always helping us. And when you use the EMA 5 with the 9, you were just simply in a range. You can see here you rejected the 5 but held the 9, and then fully rejected the 9, and then losing the 9, and then rejecting it on the next leg down. So for that, you should still be watching for the 5 and the 9 to reject. And well, even worst case for bears, the move to the 9 is about 72,000. Which again would just put in the bearish retest. This was the last big spot. You started to expand up. It'd make a lot of sense to me to see a mean reversion up. So if you're getting anything from my analysis, I'm not really too aggressive on shorting. Doesn't mean if you're holding shorts, you're wrong, especially if you're shorting from 82s, 83s. You just need to fully be aware. This is kind of the harder spot to be holding shorts. This is where conviction will come in. If you are trying to hold for 49K, understand you don't need to hold for 49,000. You just can TP now and simply wait for the next short on ETA. Or even if you're not an ETA, wait for the bearish retest at 69,200. That will just be the easiest place to position and will mean that you will just need to have patience here. That's all. Patience will pay, just like it paid here in May. So really nothing's bullish to me at all. Simple mean reversion to lower high is all we'll most likely get until you actually reach 42 to 49,000 on Bitcoin. That's why I'm expecting a bottom to be formed. I'll actually be surprised if we don't hold the monthly EMA 100. That doesn't mean we won't wick below it and actually hit 42,000. But I will be genuinely surprised if this monthly EMA 100 becomes lost. And I don't mean like this, like lost, not really breaking the lows, green dildo up, but like actually becoming lost, because that could mean that we're actually going to start moving down to 20,000 on Bitcoin. And then at that point, investing here will be looking a little troublesome. But until then, we need to stick to our zones, and we are close to a bottom, in my opinion. And we should not at all. And if anyone is calling for 20K on Bitcoin, that's not accurate, because you've never had a setup giving you that on the monthly. And so that just seems very just ingenuous for analysis to be talking about 20K Bitcoin at that point. That most likely is a sign that we are bottoming if you do start seeing people talk about that. I still stand on what I said back in October. This move will take us to the monthly 100. That should bottom us out. That is at 48,000 currently. So that's what I have now on the Bitcoins. We can now look at the DIA Bitcoin.
Before you go there, I'd say please do not invalidate Master Andrew Tate, who's an expert at geopolitics and investment and also trading, okay? Because 20K, if he says so, it's most likely the truth. There's no other way.
So we should listen to billionaires because they're smarter than me with
Exactly.
money. Like Greg.
Exactly.
So
yes. Thank you.
How they make their billions or what they do or how liquid they are. If they're a billionaire, you boys should listen to them. And
100%. Always.
Top G is calling for 20,400. So
Yeah.
you know that could mean that we're actually not going to find a bottom here, and we are going to just dump to 20K.
What do you mean that could mean? That means, sir, that means.
Yeah, what a time, what a market. Top G talking about 20K Bitcoin. So more likely than this is going to be the bottom. And then therefore, yeah, we're very near a bottom here. Literally here is just like, you've gone down 53% on Bitcoin. So, you know, is it dumb to be investing here? No, definitely not. Imagine buying the 110, 115, even $100,000 Bitcoin. Couldn't be us. Yeah, terrible. Literally. Scotty and the boys. So here we have the D of Bitcoin. Let's whip it out. Let's actually see here. Let's go to our weekly. The weekly has been the easy perspective. No cap, as the kids say. And so when we were making that move up into May, you found resistance. We said more likely a throwback to 59.69% for the culture, of course. That actually didn't hold support. And most importantly, you lost the weekly 34. That was really keeping bulls' ideas well valid because you were in a weekly buy trigger. The weekly 34 was the last spot you rejected back in October. So when you lost the weekly 34, this was the spot you need to see either a reclaim or a rejection. You do notice you rejected down, and actually our target got hit, the weekly EMA 100. I still stand on what I said here back in February, March, April. If you lose the weekly 100, that'll be kind of like your mid-range on Bitcoin dominance. Losing the weekly 100 will mean you're going to start moving down to 54%. Now, I know bulls are paying attention now, and so if we're going to move down more on Bitcoin dominance, that could mean Bitcoin is going to move down. But please don't forget how important 59.69% was. We talked about it for so long here that doesn't change anything. This little move up doesn't change the spot at 59.69%. And so even on Bitcoin dominance, what is it telling you here? Well, weekly is close to a silver cross, firstly, but it's not crossed yet. And so that's something you want to be watching for bears here. You have not crossed yet, so that could be a little predatory thing here. You want to start seeing actually these cluster moving averages tested. And again, very basic view is just test 59.69%, form a lower high, and start rolling over to 57.4% very easily. 59.69% is a big spot. Look, actually, this setup here deviated, retested, and then you dumped all the way down to 56.6%. What's stopping here from here? Literally nothing. And that's why we need to be watching it, because 59.69% has been the spot that price likes to capitulate from. Here as well, capitulation. Look at the same setup too. Bearish retest, capitulated off that. They gave you a 19% Bitcoin dominance weekly candle. So this even is playing into our probably Bitcoin will move up. Probably will retest 69,000 eventually. Most likely will be a short setup in Bitcoin dominance. As long as it stays under 59.69%, will actually result to a move down to 57%, or again, accurately about like a 3.89% drop minimum. But with what I mentioned on the weekly 100, which should be kind of your line in the sand, if you lose that, that will start opening up a 7.5% setup. Bitcoin dominance volatility has reset and is back under the moving average. We need to be watching that very carefully. What could occur on this mean reversion is volatility resets again, giving us another setup. Notice the occurrence that only reached basically 28%. Like, notice what occurred when volatility only reached 28%. If it starts retracting here and resetting, implications for another setup potentially. And that could be what sparks us down to 54 to maybe even 50%. So what I'm seeing is slowly over time into July, actually, things could be shifting pretty nicely for bears. June, you might just get that little mean reversion rally up. That should be good enough to get everyone bullish again. July, August should be the big month going into September, October. That should be the bottom. I know, I think Ben is talking about a bottom in October.
Everyone, literally everyone is ready to buy the bottom in October. Crypto Rover is ready to buy the bottom in October, and it's between $40,000 and $50,000. Ben is the same thing. Every single crypto channel is waiting for the bottom in October between 40 and 50 grand.
And here we are. Now I'm saying it. Oh, good Lord. Well, that's
No,
not
because
good.
the chart does show that. Like if you go by repetition, right? But there's a few things that are different from before. That's why my thesis is we don't drop below 50, and I'm gonna put like all my marbles as if we were not gonna drop below 53, 52. That's my plan. Now it might play out like the other way. I'm not gonna be sad about it, but I don't think so. The fact that everyone is on the same side, everyone is now on that side. And also, if you look at the moves, like look at the 2021 cycle from the first top and then to the summer, like the summer like slump, measure that, right? Like the top to that bottom. Because if we're gonna go like no, not that top, the first top.
I got you.
Right? 54%. Now measure the one in the new cycle from the first top from 109, I think it was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, to the bottom.
Yeah.
To the bottom. It's way less, right?
Way less. Yeah.
Now, if you just look at your weekly and you have your 200 SMA, the SMA 200 hasn't been raped in the way that the 2022 cycle did, right? But in 2022, we had one of the biggest market adjustments we've seen since the financial crisis. Do we have that right now?
No.
So most of the cycles, you get the bottom around the SMA 200. Now, I'm not saying we already bottomed, but I'm saying there's a chance like 53, 52 could be. Now, before I said I wouldn't be surprised if 58 is the bottom. So I position accordingly, just in case it is. But it's not like I fully position, right? So I'm expecting that. Now, on strategy, my entry was fucking prime, was the bottom of this move along with the Coinbase one. So I'm like right now this morning, I'm sitting good. I'm sitting pretty. But strategy and Coinbase, and especially strategy that had, remember, it was not only the end of Bitcoin, it was the end of strategy. And strategy didn't go lower than it did in February 6th.
Good point. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like, and also, I'll show you my chart eventually of Ethereum and Solana. I think altcoins, because from the start, my thesis was altcoins will bottom around the summer. And I think altcoins have bottomed. Just because of the NFTs, they did not drop anymore. And I know that's a weird measure for everyone, but it's been a great proxy for me. Even when I sold that top and I told you, dude, NFTs are definitely adjusting now. That's when the market dumped. So there is a direct relation between those. So yeah, I'm just putting all of that into consideration.
Plus, there was also a news event with the Zcash bullshit where there was an exploit and they dumped 50%.
Yeah, and like I said, now everyone's a genius and he's waiting for October and $40,000. Like, I'm sorry. This market on the downtrend has been lesser. And like, for example, like I said, the top from 2021, the first one to the middle, like to the drop, it was a lesser move now than it was in 2021. And also the giga pump into the $82,000 compared to the one in that market, that it was double the size. So I'm saying, I don't think we're going to get the moves that we normally get. That move, measure that from the bottom to that top, and then measure this one.
No, you're right, though. I was like 46%. Here's another one. This is only like 36%.
They're smaller.
Smaller. Huh. You're kind of cooking, honestly. You're kind of cooking, actually. Like, the weekly SMA 200 does have a bullish setup. This is the accurate place to be looking for some kind of reaction. And we're actually in the market dynamic where no one's going to be talking about this bullish setup on the weekly. But we have a bullish setup on the weekly. And this literally was the start of the bull market. You come down to retest it. You didn't even fully test it in February. You fully have tested it now. If Bitcoin ends up breaking out from here, this will just be a hindsight trade.
That'd be crazy. I'm not expecting that though, but that'd be crazy.
But that is technically an accurate perspective to have, technically
And to me, the other thing is, this time we topped beginning of October, right? That's when you can say that it started to drop. So that's what we did beginning of October. It was, I believe, the 6th. Back in the day, we did November 21st, if I'm not mistaken. Can you please check on that one? Right? On November. So that's a month later. So if everyone's waiting for October, which was October this time around, then at least you should say September. And now if I know QE starts January 2027, the same type of QE that we started on March of 2022, March 2023, that puts it 3 months ahead. So the summer is where we're going to bottom, in my view. If we haven't bottomed, I think the summer is where we bottom, and that would be the most painful scenario. Just chop to the side the whole rest of the year, make everyone just wait for the next drop, and that next drop where everyone's going to come in and be a hero never comes. And that way everyone's fucked out of the market. That's the way I see it, because when we always ask, is there something different now? Like, is this time different? I would say the cycle's still 4 years long. It's just shorter now, right? Like that's the only thing. And yes, something's different. We literally just passed laws to do QE through companies with the Genius Act and the Clarity Act. I don't understand how no one is like mentioning that, and everyone is expecting the same thing. But then I gave this as an example in my videos. In California, we all voted to pass laws that made homeless people, made more people homeless, that got prisoners out of prisons, that reduced the police force, that allowed the homeless people to steal up to $950 a day. And it's not like they told you, hey, listen, the law is going to do these bad things. They sold it to them, like, to the retards. Hey, this is going to be great, dude. If you're in jail because you smoke weed, we're going to let you out. And that meant that they reclassified what a crime was and what was the severity of a crime. And then they convinced everyone, dude, the cops are bad. Let's fucking get rid of them because they killed 2 black people. And everyone's like, yeah, dude, fucking cops are terrible. So we got rid of them. Now what happens when you call in LA after a homeless person breaks into your house, shits in your living room, ODs on fucking heroin and pulls a gun on you? You call the cops and they don't show up, dude. That's what, like, we literally voted for that and no one noticed. I was like going crazy when this was happening, by the way, because I was like, why are we doing this? And everyone's like, oh, dude, this is great, phenomenal. So now when people ask, how come no one's noticing this? Because no one did in California to their well-being. How the fuck are they going to know what the Genius and the Clarity Act are?
It's a good
and
point.
If you said something, they'd call you a bootlicker.
Oh, yeah. Instantly.
Well, especially the markets, too. People are even extra stupid. So
yeah. So what I'm saying is, why are we expecting Bitcoin to drop below the 200 SMA like crazy, like in 2022, when we don't have anywhere near a market like the one we had in 2022? They literally changed the meaning of a recession on that one. Remember? They were like, no. The negative GDP is not a big deal. Like, no. It's not two quarters in a row. It's actually not really a recession. But the stock market did dump like a motherfucker. And I'm talking about like the big companies. Whereas in here, the big companies are not dumping. Like if you looked at Meta went down like 80%. That's not happening right now. It's like half of that. So what I'm saying is, yes, we're in a down market, but not like 2022.
Yeah, good point. And that could quickly then change. And I like what you mentioned. We shouldn't be, we can respect the trend, but we should not be looking at this to be breaking down before it actually breaks down. Because this literally could be a big spot of interest here, honestly. And so for me, I really just want to be watching 2 things. Either then we're going to see a reclaim at 69,200, and this will really start solidifying what you're mentioning, Alejandro, or we do reject. We just keep testing the weekly SMA 200. There I can start positioning. You get 2 to 3 closures above the weekly SMA 200. It's going to be quite hard to just kind of be a bear into that. Now, I do think you can be into a big range. That is something I'll be watching. Wick basis is 17%, but that's why if we end up reclaiming back with 69,200, yeah, that'll be my big spot that this is most likely found a bottom. But until then, we will just be gauging the lower high ideas. But again, it will diminish if you get back above 69,200. And this is why exactly I mentioned in the before my analysis, you really should not be aggressively shorting Bitcoin into the weekly SMA 200. Even if trades like, let's say on our Academy, Sol missed TP by $1 or $2, most likely should start de-risking, because off a 17% bounce minimum, you know, potentially are going to either round trip or lose a lot of profits. Be fully aware of that. Weekly SMA 200, my big spot, my middle ground. As long as you're above it, you should be looking for a bounce. That bounce might take you lower, but I like what you mentioned. You cannot get too bearish above a weekly SMA 200. That'll keep my perspective in check. Be fully aware you do have a bullish setup on the weekly. And we did talk about this before we hit the weekly SMA 200. And it was exactly how funny would it be if we actually go all the way down to the weekly SMA 200 and bottom there. And it just was a retest. Something like stupidly simple we all can understand. Sometimes something on that with Bitcoin can just be as easy as it was just a retest. So you do have legs to run on buying the dip here, actually. And it's like I mentioned, if you're like judging those buys, you're buying 53% down on Bitcoin. That's pretty good, honestly. And even if, let's say, everyone is somehow accurate and we do bottom in October and reach 49K, you're only moving down like about 17% more from where you bought. It's a lot better than 53. So just something to be watching if you're, you know, trying to figure out what to do here in the market. The trading has been very well, but I actually agree with Alejandro on this. I do think now that you brought up everyone's talking about the same zones and lower.
I want to know if Capo, like what's Capo's bottom, right?
Yeah, same. Actually,
that'd be
same.
interesting.
Let's see what he says here real fast. Some good lower time frame trend reversals here. First sign of strength for the bullish case. So he's also looking at that 58K range. Nothing, nothing specific though. There's nothing specific quite yet.
There's no October date or September or summer or right now. Okay.
He just says some good lower time frame trend reversals here, some strength, but nothing. Yeah, so that's good. That's good. Okay, so yeah, that's what I have on Bitcoin. I think the weekly SMA 200 will be our easy spot in confluence with the 69,200. We already talked about Bitcoin dominance. We are now literally at support. We've hit the weekly EMA 100. So again, even Bitcoin dominance is at support and saying you can move up a little bit here. If you get back above 59.69% and Bitcoin gets back above 69,000, yeah, I mean, this will start looking like it's bottomed actually. Like literally, Bitcoin dominance will start looking massively good again. So we can be looking at that as well. Let's go to Tether dominance now and kind of see. Ooh, okay. All right, so we have our higher high break, obviously. This was a higher low. We can literally start producing the higher low now, going into July. Let's go to the weekly. Okay, weekly's at support, confluence, and maybe 65K to 64K will be first resistance. Tether dominance is now at support at 8.57. If you end up losing 8.57, that will start giving you a big move down. And that should take you down towards the 7.89%. So if you lose where we're currently at, you'll move down about 8%. You could see an aggressive drop here last 2022 cycle. And notice actually the deviation and also the bottom occurred on this deviation. So that's kind of interesting, no? Like we bottomed on Bitcoin off this deviation, higher low, dumped. And this is on Bitcoin, so lower high, lower high. So that's, well, just an interesting perspective to have here as well when we are now potentially brewing a deviation and we think maybe the bottom is in on Bitcoin. Just something to be watching going into the end of the month. But for now, we are at support on Bitcoin dominance and also 65K is approaching. So we need to be paying attention. Let's see, anything else I want to say? Because you just need more data here. Now we're just in the wait and watch approach. Beautiful bi-weekly though, above the 58.56%. If we end up holding this, Bitcoin will move up to the all-time high. or Tether dominance will move up to the all-time high around 9.5%. I mean, remember when we were pressing 9.5% in 2022 versus now? This is just direct, I believe, direct proof that Bitcoin is becoming stronger. I mean, here you were in the same region. Bitcoin was trading in the low. Well, let's actually see. So here was June 2022. Let's go to June 2022. Come on. So Bitcoin's trading like the 30s. So it's like double now. So just something to, to mentally note. If you're thinking every cycle has the same length or Bitcoin's weaker, I do think we have setups giving us bigger setups to the downside in terms of volatility. But in terms of like Bitcoin's relative strength, it is actually becoming stronger over time. And this is a good example. Because we are literally testing the same zones we were testing in 2022 when Bitcoin is in the low 30s. Now it's in the high 60s. So good proof there. But like I mentioned, we're in a very precarious spot now. We really could start just trending up overall. That was a bottom off the weekly SMA 200. But I will just need to see more data off that before anything. It's a good idea, but we need to start seeing 69,200 reclaimed at minimum. Once that does get reclaimed, though, yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see kind of how markets react to that. You can notice last bull market really occurred off the deviation of 69,200, leading to literally up only. So we need to be watching that zone carefully. Weekly SMA 200, your line in the sand. If you lose weekly SMA 200, that's when everything does start becoming weaker. And if you do start getting targets down to 49,000, we may actually overshoot that and then just go lower. Two things might occur. Everyone's right, which usually never happens. And so if that never happens, we either have bottomed off the weekly SMA 200, or we are just about to see something epically brutal, and perhaps we are going to go to top G's, Glock 3000 buy zone in the 20K. I still don't like talking about that, though, because you disregard so many things on the chart. It's actually more statistically accurate to call for a bottom here than even lower at 20K, just so everyone's aware. So for that, we'll use what we know. Weekly SMA 200, your line in the sand. And if you start closing dailies back above 69,200, that's going to be your first big sign that we have bottomed. But until then, watch for the bearish short, the bearish retest, and most likely you do get some kind of move down minimum at 69,200. That could mean you're going to get bullish price structure forming here. Perfectly okay. I knew I drew that bad. But at minimum, you should be looking for some rejection first tap at 69,200. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. 65K reclaim will take you up to 69,000. Yeah, I think the markets are getting very interesting, very fun, and volatility is absolutely primed up still.
Alrighty, let's start. Got it on the daily. There we go. Hey.
Also remember, boys, today was Black Monday according to Peter Schiff. So there's that.
What's Black Monday?
Oh, that crypto was going to go to $20,000 today at the open, because according to Peter Schiff. Yeah, pretty accurate. We're just still waiting, but the day's not over. Let me just say.
There's still a couple hours left.
There's still a few hours left to go, boys.
Exactly. Let's not get cocky here.
Who knows? Maybe in that last 30 seconds before market close, we just get a boom straight to zero, like Dan Pena said.
Boom.
Straight to in one candle.
My God, Dan Pena. Absolutely. What a reference.
If you knew what I knew, you would be rushing to get out of this shit.
Oh.
So on the daily, we are starting to get momentum, starting to flip up at the pretty extreme down into the bearish control zone. We haven't been in this area for a long time. Let's see what the number is so we can compare. This is around 92% on momentum to the downside. The last time that we were in this region was in February when we were going hitting our $60,000 low, and from that area we did get a pretty decent sized bounce. We went from all the way from $60,000 up to, I believe, $82,000, somewhere in that region. Let's continue up. Let's see the next time that we were in this region. We did not go that low in this dump in November of 25, when we came all the way down to about $70,000 or $80,000. We did not go there. Let's see, we did not even do it on this move in October of 25. When was the last time before there? That would be, we came close in this move in March of 25, and this was the move down to about 78,000. So let's go back. And we are also getting a God mode signal on the jewel, with the jewel losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral, and the curvature does look like it's going to flip into a buy signal next. Let's see the last time that we had this God mode signal, and we'll mark this off towards the neutral. These are not that common. Here's another one. August of 23.
That's pre-Hamas setup.
Pretty interesting. There we go, another one. June of 22.
That must have been the pump before the dump.
Yeah, right. I think maybe after Luna or right before Luna.
Something like that, yeah.
And May of 22, we'll call it here. And this is kind of a similar setup to what we have now, where the jewel's losing the curvature, but it's not like going straight into a buy signal. And this did give us a pretty, well, gave us a bump. I was going to say decent one, but it's okay. 8%.
The bottom of that candle is way low.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going from the open.
Oh, okay.
And this one was about 7%, 18, 20%. Did we go more? We did. Uh, 23%. I heard that Nacho Libre was going to be on Mexico's FIFA team for the World Cup. Pretty awesome. He's earned the right to be a Mexican, as far as I'm concerned.
Is this real news?
It's a meme that I sent in.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
14%, 34%, 45%, but the more immediate one was about 7 to 8%. And this line up with our 15, yeah, the 15 one's pretty close there. And we're going to omit the ones that are like 40%, because I don't think that's going to happen. This one from the open, about 9%, and then 10-ish% lines up with that 14% number we just saw. And this is about 15%. Wow, perfectly with that 14.98% number. So somewhere around 8%, and then about 14 to 15%. And the current one is from here. And we'll take it from the open. You've currently seen about 5%. So if we're to see somewhere around that 7 to 8% number, that'd be somewhere around 65,000 to about 66,000. And if we're to see the 14 to 15% number, puts us right around $69,000 to $70,000, and it also takes us to the top 38.2%, which would also be a tap of the 21 EMA. And if you notice on this last daily close, we did put in a local bottom on the daily by closing over this wick high, and we didn't exactly close over the 5, but more importantly, we did put in that local bottom. So from here, I do think that we are going to come up to at least tagging somewhere around the 9 EMA, which is at that $65,000 region. But if you were to take that 14% move, also from the 95% of the HPDR that we came to would usually bring us to 38.2%. That does bring us to that $69,000 to $70,000 region. 12 is also flipped up. We are putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence because you are taking out all of these previous highs on momentum while price is still making a lower high, but this will require a close below 62,400 to confirm, and that does give you a move down to somewhere around $57,700 to $58,000. And the 8 hour is currently playing out a God mode buy signal with volatility very close to going into expansion. If you can close over about 63,900, that will take you over the 38.2%, and that should give you a move into somewhere around like 65,000 for a little bit of the consolidation, and then somewhere into the 67,000 region. And we're also flipped up. You did get the close over the 38.2% with momentum into the bullish control zone, also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, but this will require a close below $62,400 to confirm, same as the previous one, and volatility is currently going into expansion. And you got an 8 hour bullish cross here with the pink above the yellow, and you got the God mode background. From here, your target would be about 65.4, 65.5. 4 hours very close to flipping back up also. Any divergence? No. And you're getting over that 38.2%. That would bring you into up somewhere around 65.3 to 65.5. 2 days also getting that move up, very close to getting momentum flipping up here with volatility close to going to contraction. And this is coming off of a bounce from the 88.3%. So that would take us somewhere around 65,000 minimum, which is the 5 EMA and the 78.6%. And then the 69,000 area would bring us to the 61.8. 5 days. 5 days currently also back above the 78.6% with momentum still pointing to the downside. We are putting in, what is this close? This is 64,081 and this is 63,000. So this is a lower low. So we are putting in possibility of bullish divergence, but as of now, this is going to be very difficult to confirm. You are going to have to close back over this one here. This is at $78,147. And if you do confirm that somehow, that will give you a move into somewhere around like 78 to 80,000. Still not enough to get you a reversal, but I also don't think this is going to confirm just yet. What's more likely is this, or best case scenario, is that this goes sideways between 63,000 and 69 to 70,000 for a couple of weeks. Then it becomes easier to confirm, and then it confirms. And this is only going to be actionable if momentum doesn't make a lower low, which it could. So this is trying to front run a lot of different steps. But as of now, you are getting that little bounce, and if you can close for the 78.6, which is at 63,800, you should see a move into somewhere around 69,000 to 69.5, somewhere in that region. Going to the weekly. Let me get a sip ski of the Skoke Zero. All right, now weekly is also getting a bounce from that, currently from the 200 SMA, and which level on the HPDR right around the 61.8%. And the top 61.8% level has moved up now, and it's sitting somewhere around 66,000, and your 5 EMA is sitting at around 69,000. From here, I do think you're going to come back and reconnect with a 5 because you have been away from it for a long time, and it does like to come back and reconnect. And you're also putting in possibility of bullish divergence on the weekly, but also just like the 5 day, it's going to be very difficult to confirm. you will have to close over, as of now, $48,147. But also, like the 5 day, this continues to go sideways between 69,000 in this region for a couple of weeks. It will then be easier to confirm, and then at that point, once you do confirm it, it'll give you a bigger bounce. But until then, you're just looking for somewhere around 69,000, which likely will reject. And if you put in some hidden bearish divergence at that point, probably going to make a lower low. Came close to making a bullish cross here, but they diverged, so you're going to get the opposite move. 2-week got momentum freshly flipping down. 2-week has hidden bearish divergence. You did confirm it on this last candle, and you also got to close below the 100. You got to close below the 38.2%, which both lined up with each other now, and you are like a ball sack here away from getting a silver cross to the downside. This is probably going to confirm on this close. And from here, you likely do come back and retest the 38.2% and the 100 EMA, which puts you right around $69,000, 69,000, between 69,000 and 69,600. And as long as you are below $80,000, these are going to cross to the downside. And once they do cross, likely gives you a nice little dumpski too associated with it, and that'll take you at a minimum towards the 61.8%, around like $57,000 to $58,000. I'd say I look at somewhere between that and the 78.6, which is currently at $51,000. And this 200 SMA is going to continue to rise with every single close, and that's probably where you end up bottoming at. Let's see. Last time we tested that 200 SMA,
Never.
We kind of front ran it here on FTX, and to become close to it on COVID, came kind of close to it, front ran it again on COVID. So as of now, that is at around 42,000. So maybe this will be at 45,000 and will bottom at like 51 and come close to it. And go to the monthly. Monthly is currently also right around this 55 EMA. You got 22 days left to go, and you are going to have resistance around 66,000 and then 72,000, but you do have a very significant level at 69,500, 69,600, which can't be overlooked. And monthly is still pointing up. This is close to approaching the bearish control zone, and this is going to be resistance at the bearish control zone. Let's see what else. And monthly is going to put in a local top with any close below 72,400, but you'll also then put in bearish divergence, and that's going to give you a target of your 100, which is going to continue to rise. As of now, it's at 48,000. At this within the next 2 months, this is going to be somewhere around 52,300. And this 100 is where you bottomed out on COVID, and also not COVID, FTX, and you came basically to that 100 on COVID. Alrighty, and now I'll go to Tether. Tether is currently putting in a local top on the daily. You did get that on this previous close, and as of now, you are losing the 5, and that would bring you down towards somewhere around the 9, which is currently sitting at 8.47%. So that would be slightly higher on Bitcoin. Momentum is starting to flip down, but there is no bearish divergence here. And the jewel is giving a God mode signal, and you're losing the buy signal, flipping into neutral. Eight hours lost 38.2%, and you've also lost the 78.6. Like, you're going to bring you somewhere around this region here, somewhere between the 95 and the 97.5. So you had like 8.42 to 8.3%. Like 3% lower. So maybe like 5 or 6% up on Bitcoin. And that would be about like 3 to 4K. 4 hours also losing the 38.2%, putting in a bearish retest, and I believe you are also putting in a bearish engulfing dildo. This is 8.72 and this is 8.71, so you are. And once you close that, it's a bearish engulfing dildo, you are likely going to come down to the minimum to this 55 EMA around 8.4%. 55 is where you bottomed at right here before your busting action. Nothing. 2-day is also currently rejecting the 78.6, very close to flipping down. Volatility is close to going into contraction. From here, I would expect it hits at least the 50%, which is currently around like 8.2%. The scenario where Bitcoin goes to 69, 70,000 would be if this comes down to the 38.2%. That would be like 6% down, around 6 to 7% down on Tether. Friday is now turning into a nice shooting star dildo. You do have momentum currently flipped up, and you are putting in bearish divergence because you are making a higher high on a closing basis, but momentum is making a lower high. But as of now, this will be very difficult to confirm. You will have to close below 7.346%, which as of now probably not going to happen. But as you continue to go on, this is going to be easier to confirm because on this next 5-day candle, you'll only have to close below currently 8.551%. And then if that does get confirmed, that gives you a move down to about 8% flat, which is that weekly 38.2%, and Bitcoin up to $69,000-$70,000. And this would just be a higher low and probably get busting action again from there. We do have to see where this candle closes so we can get our number to confirm the bearish divergence. Weekly is currently rejecting the 38.2%. Also, week is also putting in possibility for bearish divergence with the same idea, where you're likely not going to confirm it from here. Probably going to grind out in the zone somewhere between the 5 and the 38.2%. That puts you at around 8%, 8.1%, which lines up with that the other top 38.2%. And at that point, it is going to be easier to confirm. And if you do confirm it, then that gives you that from there, that $69,000, $70,000 move, and then probably going to be a higher low on Tether, which then leads to more busting action. And weekly is now starting to give you a fresh buy signal with also hidden bullish divergence. 2 week is now over the median. You did close previously below it, but then the median moved down, and 2 week is flipped up now with putting in hidden bullish divergence, which you did confirm on this last candle. And from here, anywhere between this median and the 5 EMA is going to be support. That gives you a range between 8.4 and 8%, and which is also lining up with the 38.2%. And 8.4 would be Bitcoin around like 65,000, 66,000, and then 8% would be around like 69 to 70,000. And then from there, you will likely see expansion into the top 38.2%, which is a new all-time high for Tether. From here, it is like 18% up. So that's a nice move down on Bitcoin, probably somewhere into that $55,000 to $58,000 region. And monthly is currently still flipped down, although it's approaching the reset zone. Monthly does have possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although this is not confirmed or anywhere near confirming, because now you do have to close currently below 6.971%, which you're very far from. You're closer to putting in a local bottom here on the monthly than you are a local top, and this will confirm a local bottom with any close over 7.864%, and then from there you are likely going to get a move into this 38.2%, which is at that same 10.5% number that we previously saw, which you're also likely going to have 61.8% chance of going to if you close over 7.92%, which is the median, and that will also give you your local bottom here. This is 7.864, so 7.92 is ever so slightly over that. I love to see when the median lines up with your confirmation numbers like that. And the quarterly is right at the bottom, 38.2%. I'm breaking out of the bearish control zone, and if you do close over that area, that takes you into a nice new all-time high, wherever the median is at that time. Right now, it's at 12%. Daily is putting in the local top. You are likely going to test the bullish control zone from there, which puts you closer to 8% with volatility at extremes. 12 hours got a local top, somewhere around 8.3%. 8 hours got a local top, 8%. 4 hours got bearish divergence, critical zones at 8.3. 2 hours got bearish divergence, critical zones at 7.91. 2 days close to a local top. This will put in a local top with any close below 8.559%, and that gives you a move to about 8.02% or 8.01. 3-day bullish control zone is at 8.23. 5-day neutral zone is at 7.92. We do have hidden bullish divergence currently active with volatility set up. We'll get to this in the momentum chart. Probably will bring you down to that 8%-ish area. Weekly also has hidden bullish divergence with the volatility set up. Neutral zone is at 8.17%. Lines up with your 5. 2 week still has a local bottom here, but you are likely to come down and test this 5, which is at that 8% zone. Monthly is about to put in local bottom with any close over 7.864%. Dyslexia. And from there, you would be targeting the critical zone at 9.17%. Nice all-time high. For Bitcoin's putting in a local bottom, or did put in a local bottom on previous close, and that is going to give you an easy target of the simple moving average, which is currently at 64,339, and the edge of the bearish control zone sits at about 70,700, 70,800. This is your likely target, right at the edge of the bearish control zone. And this number is going to update in 8.5 hours, probably going to go closer to 69,500. 12-hour also has a local bottom. We're going to target the bearish control zone. That's at around 66,600. 8-hour also has a local bottom. Bullish control zone is at 67,000. 4 hours got bullish divergence. Critical zones at 66,800. If this would come back and retest the simple moving average, that's at around 71,000. And this is going to update one day, probably move closer to 70,000 to 69.5. And your 5 is currently at around 65,000. And the 9 is closer to that 69,000. 3-day bearish control zone is sitting at about 68.9, closer to 69,000. 5-day neutral zone is at 68.2. Neutral zone here is at 69.9, right around 70,000. If it lines up with lines up close to your 200 SMA here, which was pretty major support, which is likely going to be turned into nice resistance. Weekly still has hidden bearish divergence. The neutral zone is currently sitting at about 66,000. The simple moving average is at about 59,300. So you would have a target from this divergence somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone, and that gives you a range between 59,000 and 51,400. 2 week. Let's zoom in on this. You got a fresh drive of bearish divergence confirmed on this previous close, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below $82,180. And your easy target from there is going to be the simple moving average, which is currently sitting at around just below 51,000 at 50,800. And your bearish control zone, which is going to be resistance, is 69,000. Very beautiful. So if you can, ideally, if you could short anywhere around 69,000 to 70,000, and that gives you a free move into somewhere around mid to low 50s. Monthly is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below 72,402. And this is going to give you a move into the critical zone, which currently says it's impossible. An RSI, an EMA target would be this 100 as it continues to rise. Right now it's at 48,000. Within the next 1 or 2 months, it's going to be over 50,000. And quarterly still got 3 jobs of bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target is at 63.2. 6 months, also putting in 3 possible drives with bearish divergence. And if this does confirm, this is going to give you a move into this 21, wherever it is at that time. Right now it is at 41,000, but also it's probably going to take a long time to hit it, and it will continue to rise with every single close. Let's go into momentum. Tether is currently freshly flipping down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 9.15%. And there is no bearish divergence because you did make a higher high. 12 hours also flip down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 9.08. 4 hours currently also down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.72. Plus, you are getting your 9 crossing below the 21, which always gives you a move into the 55, which is currently at around 8.46, 8.45. And volatility is now giving you double extreme. 2 days also freshly flipped down with volatility extremes, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.76. 5 days currently flipped up with volatility expanding, and this is giving you a volatility setup to the upside, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.35%. So even if this does close as a shooting star dildo and you do get a pullback to somewhere around 8%, this is still going to be volatility setup to the upside. Weekly is currently also flipped up with a volatility setup to the upside, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.31%. 2 week is also currently freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.4%. So if this does get a little pullback here to tag 8%, this would get volatility going into the extreme lows, and that's going to give you a 2 week volatility setup. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.74%. If you are close to flipping back up, and if this does flip up here, you are going to get a nice little pump ski. Quarterly is now freshly expanding on volatility with momentum flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up with hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 5.78%. Very, very bullish here. See, first time, or not first time, but the first time in a long time, volatility is going into expansion with momentum flipped up. Momentum was flipped up and volatility was expanding on our previous all-time highs in about July of 2022 off of Luna. You're getting the same setup now. Alrighty, daily is currently flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 59,450 bucks. 12 hours also flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 60,400. 4 hours also up with double extreme, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 62,800. And the same to the downside, you have it to the upside with 9 crossing above the 21, you got to move into the 55, which currently it's around like $65,000 to $66,000. 2 days currently also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 61,950. So let's say 62,000. 5 days currently flipped down with volatility expanding and a derp of death, and this is going to remain down as long as you're closing below 79,250. So even if this does get a move into somewhere around 69,000, 70,000, this is still going to be a volatility setup to the downside. Actually, not a volatility setup because it didn't go all the way back down to 15%, but it's going to be expanding volatility to the downside. Weekly is currently freshly flipped down and rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $79,300. So even if you do come back up to 69, 70,000, this is still going to be downside momentum. 2 week is currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down with volatility now expanding as long as you're closing below 64,500. So if you do get a move back up here, you would probably not close over that area, especially since you have 13 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land, and but you'd be looking for a sharp projection once you tap that region, which probably you will get. And what else? There's still possibility of hidden bullish divergence here because you are still making a higher low with a lower low momentum, although you have to flip momentum back up to confirm this, which I don't think you're going to do. plus you're getting a silver cross to the downside. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility expanding. Monthly pivot did go down some more, and it is currently sitting around $70,600. You have which just makes it that by this monthly close, you are likely going to be below that number. And even if we come up to tag $70,000, it should just be a tag of the monthly pivot, which does like to tags a lot of times. And this was confirmed on this last monthly close. And monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of firing off in the direction of momentum, which is to the downside. So if you were to apply that move from there, from the open, and take it somewhere between 40 to 50%. 40 brings us to about $43,900, and 50 brings us to, interesting, about $36,000 to $37,000. Going to the quarterly is also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $101,000. So right now on the high time frames, it is pretty heavily to the downside. Now you have kind of that volatility setup confirmed, firing off on the monthly. You have on the 2-week volatility freshly expanding with momentum to the downside. You're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. You're just looking for a little bit of a bounce here to tag somewhere between 65,000 and 69,000. Somewhere in that region is likely going to be where you top out at. That's going to give you then a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 2-week, which is going to accompany with it a nice little dumpski. And right now for that target on that dumpski, we are looking to bottom somewhere around that monthly 100 EMA, which is where you bottomed out on FTX, and also basically where you bottomed out off of COVID, which is going to continue to rise with every single close. Right now it's at around 48,000. Within the next 1 or 2, it's going to be somewhere between 50,000, 52,000, and we do have other setups that are targeting somewhere between 52,000 and 58,000. So we are looking anywhere within that region to bottom out at, and maybe we see some wicks into the 40s, but I'm not ruling that out. If we could see a wick into 46,000, which would line up with the monthly volatility setup, but I'm not putting or not saying that you should go all in below 50,000. Smarter to start scaling in somewhere around that 58,000 down to 52,000, and then save something for around, if you do get that wick, into 46,000. But right now we should expect somewhat of a move up, tagged first resistance zone around 66,000. If you do reject that, put in the local top on the daily, then you can rule out any higher, and you're likely just going to dump from there. But I'm looking for right now to tag 69,500, maybe 70,000, and then from there I think we'll get our rejection. We do have a bear moon coming up very soon. I think it's on the 13th of the month, 13th to the 14th of the month. We have a bear moon, which is like 6 days from now, almost a week. So
nice.
Next Sunday is the bear moon, and probably will hit somewhere into that $69,000 region into that time period. Got about 6 days into there, and then probably top, and you get your silver cross to the downside on the 2-week, and then can get a dumpski. And the invalidation right now is going to be a weekly close back over 82,000 or a monthly close back over 70,600.
Very nice. Indeed, I agree with you. And I think actually the harder this bounces up, the easier it'll be to convince everyone that he's on the party that we have bottomed, to really make him think that he bottomed and make him do terrible entries. So probably Grant Cardone probably be buying more at $70,000 before he goes down again.
You know what Michael Saylor's tweet 32 was about, or is that just like getting people talking about it? And like,
say it again.
You know what Michael Saylor's 32 tweet was about?
I don't know, but then by the way, all of this shit is just a psychological game, right? But then Vivek Ramaswamy, or fucking make me a Swami sandwich. That dude bought 32 Bitcoin because he thought, oh, look, what a fucking incredible thing to like. It's like it's the stupidest fucking game in the world. Like literally the fucking stupidest game in the world. That's the way I see it. I don't know what it means, but then Michael Saylor bought, and this is why it's so irrelevant. He bought like 100 Bitcoin today, right? And then the price went up just like by nothing. According to everyone, Michael Saylor's thing is like caused this, like a $20,000 drop, right? But then he buys 1,000 Bitcoin or whatever, and then he just goes like 2% up. Like, it's so irrelevant. this is going to do what it's going to do, and the news is just to make people fucking lose money.
And
That's
have
it.
a reason
Yeah.
on why something was going to happen anyways.
Yeah. Now, to me, what I have been saying for a while was that 58 could be the bottom. Why? Because, and by the way, we didn't hit it, just to be completely straight. This is my line that had it. Which one is it? The index? Oh, I think I erased all of my, wow, that's my indicators. I think I deleted all of my lines because I was doing that. Oh, no, here it is. The reason why I had said 58 was this bottom has to be cleared. Like you got to take it out, because right here, remember, we were doing a little higher low, like a higher low, so that everyone was like, oh my God, guys, you're never going to believe this. We fucking did it. This is a higher low. This is bullish. But we know that Bitcoin goes down before it goes up. Now, my line hasn't really been touched. So I missed, if this was really turned out to be the bottom, which I don't think so again, I didn't hit it. I missed it by like $300. So that makes me a loser, so that everyone knows, even if this is the bottom, because I didn't hit it. And you guys know how it is. Only when you give targets to the upside, you get them right, even if you get them wrong. If you said $180,000, you're still celebrated today. Even though you missed it by 60-some thousand dollars, you're celebrated. But if you miss by $300, like right here, you're a fucking sack of shit, and you should fucking go die in an alley. But
have you considered moving the line up and telling people that it hit?
Say that again?
Have you considered moving the line up and telling people that it hit?
Well, the thing is, it's on video, so they would normally try to use everything they can against me. Well, so if I did that, they would
do what our president does when they show him a video and they say, "That's not me."
I think it works with him, but not with me. That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. But we did indeed do a little lower low from this one, and I like that we're going up right now. And again, I'm not saying it's the bottom, but if this is what I'm saying. If my plan is, let's say $50,000 is like the extreme low. If you bought anything crypto related around here, like around the 59, let's say 59,500, so that you're a little generous, and you drop to $50,000, that's only 16%. So you would have to be retarded not to take a bite at the apple right here, right? Now, if we go to $40-some thousand or $38,000, like everyone is saying, then yeah, that's a problem, because then you have a drop of, hang on, from 59,500. Is 35%. That's considerable, right? But if you average like around here, you missed it by like whatever percent. My plan is, and I'm saying it out loud, I think we bottom at around $50,000 to $53,000. I think that's the extreme on the move. We might go a little lower, but I don't think anyone's going to have time to buy that. But also, I'll be buying according to the feeling and according to the news, right? Whatever people are doing, if they're screaming in their panties are so fucking wet at $52,000, that's when I'm buying the next position. If I see that happening at 49, that's what I'm buying. Like, I'm holding off. I'm not putting an order. I'm already in a great place with all the shit that I have. My Ethereum bag doing fantastic. Fantastic, if you ask me. Oh, no, that's XRP. I was like, that's not Ethereum. The other thing I liked about Ethereum is this. It really held that low. Like, even though it was losing it, it fucking bounced up from it. And like I said, I think Solana and Ethereum might be already bottomed, because that would be the most fucky scenario. Now, could they go a little lower? Yeah. But I don't think you're going to get Solana at $8. I don't think you're going to get Ethereum at $500. I think that would be crazy, like absolutely crazy. And again, what's showing me that? The relation to the NFT world, period. Because it's been playing the way that I've been playing it. And I had said, normally NFTs bottom 6 months before altcoins do. And NFTs bottom around December, January of this year. So that's 6 months, basically almost now. Like we're getting close. So in here, my fucking bottom of the barrel target on Ethereum is going to be somewhere around here. But I'm extremely well positioned right now, like very well positioned. So if it drops a little bit more here, I'm definitely going to buy. And I'm just going to count on it's not going to go lower. And even if it goes to like $1,100, that's not going to kill me. If it goes to 1,000, I mean, and the beautiful thing is you make money every month, right? So you can buy more. But this is what I'm sticking to my guns to. I don't give a fuck about what anyone says. Good for them. Hopefully they're right and they get all of their bag wherever they want. And my average is not as good as theirs. But that's what I think. That's just me.
Wait, you make money every month?
Well, not really, not me, but most people probably do that. I would hope. I would fucking
Maybe
hope.
one day I'll get there.
Shut the fuck up. Hopefully we'll get there one day where we can all make money at some point every month. That'd be great.
Amen.
Oh, yeah. And strategy, dude. Like, again, this is what I told everyone on Discord, and I see the clowns, and that's fucking amazing because it's like the greatest indicator in the world. Why the fuck is this not melting down when this is the problem in crypto, according to everyone? Right? And it's below the SMA 200, the weekly. Like I said, 2022 was a big one, but you're already there. And then if you go to Coinbase, son, 1 second. You're already there right here. And guess what? Last time, if you bought under the SMA 200, the weekly, you did pretty fucking great. You know what I mean? So this is like more of that. Great. But it's rather simple. Rather simple. All right, boys. I'll get going. And then we're going to do Circle for investment and then Tesla for investing.
Nice.
Voy a empezar con Bitcoin, los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Ahora, quiero que esto quede bastante claro, ¿ok? ¿Cuál es la tabla más limpia que tengo? Creo que es esta. Ok, pueden ver esta línea, como perfectamente aguantó acá y luego vino por acá y se estaba cayendo, pero tu cierre básicamente ocurrió por encima y del SMA 200 semanal. Quiero enseñarles varias cosas. Quiero que entiendan la primera cosa de cómo veo las cosas. En mi escenario, ahora no estoy diciendo que lo tienen que compartir, es un escenario conspiranoico, es mi propio escenario donde estoy dispuesto a poner yo mi dinero. Ustedes hagan lo que se les hinchen los huevos, ¿ok? Estudien lo que hemos estado platicando y ejecuten como tengan que ejecutar. Es lo único que yo les puedo recomendar en esta vida, ¿ok? Pero este es mi plan y se los comparto para que se burlen de mí, nada más. No para que lo hagan, para que vengan y se burlen de mí y hagan todos esos videos y tengan nuevo material porque han pasado casi 5 años y ya estoy harto de escucharlo de hace 5 años. Parece mi mujer. Entonces, les estoy intentando dar nuevo material. Lo primero que voy a decir es lo siguiente. Yo, Alejandro, el verga, Salomón, cree que esta chingadera va a fondear por aquí de los 52 a 53, ¿ok? 52, 53. Como yo creo que voy a fondear acá, ¿ok? Y ahora, una vez más, yo no estoy comprando Bitcoin. Ustedes compren el Bitcoin que quieran. Yo se los dije y les dije cuáles, pero estoy usando Bitcoin como referencia de precio en el mercado cripto para tomar mis movimientos. Eso es lo más importante que quiero que sepan también. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir que cuando yo veo a Bitcoin aquí abajo, compro Coinbase, compro Strategy, etcétera, Ethereum, etcétera. ¿Ok? Bien. De nuevo, si el sistema financiero, todo es en XRP, compra XRP. Me vale verga. Pues no te lo puedo decir lo suficiente. Me vale verga, ¿ok? Bien. Si Alejandro, el vergón, piensa que vamos a caer hasta acá, ¿no? A los 52,000. Y ahora quiero que sepan esto. Mi orden de compra aquí abajo va a ser como lo que compré acá. Lo que compré acá fue basado en el miedo, en el sentimiento de todos, en la narrativa, en que pusieron cohetes también. Empezó la guerra con Irán una vez más y mandaron misiles a Kuwait y la verga. Creen que estoy mamando, pero es cierto. Y que Strategy iba a quebrar. Una vez que veo eso y que veo en mi Discord, después de decirles, güey, no mamen, o sea, no mames, y se están burlando de mí, yo sé que debo de comprar. Una vez más, me la pelan. Entonces, si estoy comprando y voy a ser generoso y decir $60,000, compré todo debajo de, ¿no? Mis cositas bonitas. Literalmente mejores precios, de una de las mejores entradas que he tenido en un rato, ¿no? Yo creo que desde la de Tesla, ahorita. Voy a poner de donde estoy a donde podría bajar. Es un 13%. A donde yo pienso que esto es el fondo de todo, donde yo pienso, una vez más, este es mi plan, 13%. Me equivoco y, güey, toca 59, 50, vamos a ponerle 49 para exagerar. Es un 18%. 18%. Básicamente, sería un crimen no comprar 55 y 49. Yo no creo que vas ahí, pero vamos con ella, ¿no? Entonces, ¿por qué compré ahorita y por qué compré pesado? Compré pesado porque ya estoy muy cerca del otro punto, ¿ok? Y entonces voy a comprar lo que sigue una vez, si es que llegamos ahí. Ahora, si por alguna razón, y ahora, la razón por la que pienso que podríamos haber visto el fondo, no creo que sea el caso. Yo le doy 65% de probabilidad, 65, a que vamos a venir a esta zona. ¿Ok? Pero tengo que tener presente que tengo otro 35% pensado que qué tal si esto fue todo, ¿no? Y ya viste el fondo. ¿Por qué? Les había dicho, este mínimo de acá es más alto que este. Y Bitcoin no sube hasta que baja. Bitcoin no sube hasta que baja. Bitcoin no super sube hasta que super baja. Y saca a todo el mundo. Y ahorita lo que vino a hacer fue dos cosas. A sacar a todos. Una vez más, tienes que entender cómo se comporta en lo que estás invirtiendo. No me puedo cansar de decirlo lo suficiente, ¿ok? Ya vino a sacar a todos con un bajo más bajo. Y ahora vino a poner a todos en alerta de mercado bajista. Ya todo el mundo que compró todo esto, todo el tope en todas las ocasiones y que lo llamó el dip, comprar el dip todo el tiempo, felicidades, todos ellos ya son expertos del mercado bajista. Y ahora la gran mayoría está esperando comprar entre 40 y 50. Esos son la gran mayoría. ¿Ok? 40 aquí abajo a 50. Vientos, excelente, felicidades. La gran mayoría piensa eso también me ayuda a mí a pensar que no hay forma. Ahora, le estoy diciendo otra vez, mi siguiente compra tiene que venir acompañada de noticias, de cohetes, de gente muriéndose, Michael Saylor, bla, 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 todas las cosas que se imaginan, ¿no? Pero por ahorita me han dado dos muy malas noticias de espaldas, back to back. Esta fue cuando íbamos a destruir Irán y le íbamos a mandar una bomba nuclear y la verga. Y esta fue cuando Michael Saylor iba a vender todo su Bitcoin y ahora el problema de Bitcoin es que no va a subir, atacaron Zcash, bla, 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 se han mamado, ¿no? Y recuerden, las malas noticias en el mercado bajista del 2022 son las que nos empujaron para arriba, porque tu Paco favorito te enseña que malas noticias e incertidumbres son malas para invertir en la bolsa cuando es la mejor manera de invertir en la bolsa. Pero tu Paco, no le digas a tu Paco favorito, ¿ok? Que si no, no le puedo quitar su dinero. Bien, si ahorita esto se da la vuelta y se va a altos históricos, Tío Salo está contento y va a poner la otra cantidad de dinero que tiene en su portafolio en otra cosa. Ya con esto me doy por bien servido. ¿Por qué? Y ahora les voy a dar un poco el raciocinio de por qué la gente quiere los $40,000. ¿Ok? El tope vamos a redondearlo. Son $120,000. ¿Ok? El tope en Bitcoin son $120,000. Denle 30 minutos a esto para que se refresque. Ahí está. Otra. Si fondo es igual a 60K, digamos que es lo que tocó ahorita, al tope sería un 2X. Harías el doble de tu dinero. 60 por 2, 120. Y a la gente está poniendo en todos lados, eso no me va a hacer rico, brother. Entonces, la gente que dice que no lo va a hacer rico, esto es psicología a tope, ¿ok? Mínimo puedo hacer 3X cuando compren $40,000 al fondo. Porque 3 por 4, 12, 120,000. Por eso la gente está diciendo que tiene que a huevo ir a 40,000. ¿Ok? Es simplemente la gente pues necesita hacer el triple de su dinero, no el doble. A mí me vale verga si hago el doble de mi dinero en una cantidad rápida de tiempo que sea justificable. Qué chingón. Me voy a ir contento. ¿No? Lo han visto. Normalmente nos toma menos de un año a nosotros hacer el doble en lo que invertimos en este canal, tristemente, ¿no? Comparado con todos, estamos muy mal acostumbrados. Pero vamos a ver cómo nos da esto. De nuevo, para mí, comprar Bitcoin es una pendejada. Si compré Strategy aquí abajo y regresa al tope, me hace mínimo un 3.5X. Un 3.5X. Multiplica 100 por 3, $350,000. ¿Ok? Para que tengan una idea matemáticamente hablando. Por eso, no me interesa comprar Bitcoin. ¿Ok? Ahora, para mí, Ethereum no solo va a regresar al tope. Ethereum tiene que reventar e irse muy, 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 muy para arriba. Esta consolidación que lleva un cuadrillón de años ocurriendo, ¿no? Eventualmente va a reventar a la alza. Es lo que yo pienso. Si ustedes no lo creen y dicen, güey, Ethereum se va a ir a cero y la verga y opinan como todo el mundo, bien, excelente. Esta es mi jugada. Ahora, ¿qué me hace pensar que voy a estar en lo correcto con esto? ¿No? Uno, todo el mundo tiene el fondo de esta chingadera en octubre. Todo el mundo dice, Bitcoin va a fondear en octubre, fue lo que pasó el año pasado, es lo que normalmente pasa, pero esta vez el tope de Bitcoin fue en octubre, al principio de octubre. En el ciclo pasado fue al principio de noviembre. Entonces, yo descontaría un mes. Entonces, ¿qué les parece septiembre? ¿No? Y si empiezo a decir, algo ha cambiado en Bitcoin, sí o no, yo voy a decir que sí. Porque tenemos ahora el Clarity Act y el Genius Act, que empiezan QE en enero del 2027. Vamos a ponerlo aquí a mitad del 2027, a mitad de enero del 2027. Esto es más, empieza QE igual. ¿Ok? Empieza QE, que es el equivalente a lo que ocurrió en marzo del 2023. Pero este QE va a tener mucha más fuerza que el de marzo porque no solamente somos particulares comprando deuda a corto plazo, van a ser literalmente todas las empresas más grandes de Estados Unidos. ¿Ok? Hay mucha gente que todavía pregunta qué es QE. QE, para ponerlo sencillo y no meterte en detalles y confundirte, es impresión de dinero. Empieza la impresión de dinero en marzo del 2023, en esta fecha, que fue la equivalente a cuando empezamos a imprimir dinero en marzo del 2023. Güey, ¿cómo imprimimos dinero en marzo del 2023? Cuando nosotros cambiamos nuestro dinero a bonos o a T-bills, no sé cómo se dice en español, que son instrumentos de deuda de Estados Unidos a corto plazo, 30, 60, 90 días, 3 meses, 6 meses, 9 meses, 12 meses, 2 años. Cuando nosotros hicimos eso, el gobierno puede literalmente financiarse mucho más y más dinero puede entrar. En vez de que los fondos tengan que comprar esta deuda a corto plazo, los fondos pueden meter más dinero al riesgo. Entonces, esta impresión de dinero afecta directamente a la bolsa. Directamente, y también a Bitcoin y todo esto. ¿Ok? Bien. ¿Qué otra cosa me hace pensar que no vamos a ir tan abajo como todo el mundo? Uno, la psicología de que todo el mundo ya es un experto en el mercado bajista. Bien, ya lo tenemos. Dos, cuando comparamos los ciclos, me voy a ir al tope de acá, ¿no? En el 2021, en el primer tope, a fondo, fue una corrección de 55%. De este tope, acá, acá. Cuando venimos al de acá, es una corrección de 32%. Pongo las dos correcciones enfrente de ustedes. Y díganme, ¿en dónde cayó más Bitcoin? Pues acá. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo importante a notar en diferencia en Bitcoin de lo que está haciendo acá? Este es mi promedio de las 200 sesiones, mi SMI 200. Todo el mundo está esperando esto. Que caigas por debajo del promedio del 200 y hagas tu fondo. ¿No? Acá ya lo tocaste y te fuiste. Pero si nos vamos un poco más al pasado, en COVID, apenas y lo hiciste. Y en el fondo del ciclo del 2018, nunca caíste por debajo. Tal vez haya cerrado tantititito por acá, ¿no? Y ahora les voy a preguntar esto. ¿Qué tienen en común estos comparados con esto a lo que estamos viviendo ahorita? En el 2022, toda la bolsa, incluyendo las cosas más atractivas, las 7 magníficas, las 7 más de huevos, las 7 chichonas y las 3 nalgonas, todas cayeron a puntos de recesión, incluyendo a los índices. Ahora, correcciones de índices. Esta corrección de índice de acá a acá, que fue lo que duró en subir, esto. Quiero, para que lo vean un poco más claro, lo voy a hacer así. Con esta línea morada. De aquí a acá, esto fue enero del 2022 y esto fue enero del 2024. Tomó todo 2 años en subir la bolsa. Todo esto tomó 2 años. ¿Ok? ¿Alguno de ustedes ve eso pasando ahorita? Y una vez más, yo creo que vamos a corregir acá a los 7,000, 6,900, lo que quieras por acá, o con un máximo de corrección hasta por acá en los 6,000. Nada de esto se compara ni en tiempo ni tampoco en bajada con esto. Nada. Y esta bajada que se ve tan exagerada, la de los aranceles, tampoco ve. Esta de acá, al fondo, fue un 27%. Esta de acá, al fondo, fue un 21%. Más chica. Se ve más cabrona, pero fue más chica que esta. Una vez más, en ese entonces, Meta, por ejemplo, en el 2022, cayó desde acá hasta acá, porque Meta es un 7 magnífico, 77%. 77%. Fue lo que cayó Meta. De donde estamos, del tope, a donde está Meta, estás abajo 26%. Una vez más, vamos a repetirlo aquí para que lo tengamos todos presentes. Perdón, tengo mis tablas, brother. ¿A alguno de ustedes les suena que vamos a hacer exactamente lo mismo que acá? O como en estos mercados que Bitcoin corrigió y todo lo demás corrigió, que nunca, en verdad, con solidez, rompiste el promedio de los 200. Porque según yo, olvídate de esto no ha pasado, no hemos visto COVID, pero este mercado bajista del 2018, que también fue un mercado bajista en la bolsa pequeño, como lo que estamos viviendo ahorita, sí ocurrió. Y aquí es donde tú tienes que preguntarte a ti mismo. Entonces, voy a ver a Bitcoin simplemente hacer esto, como había dicho el tío Salo, y va a ser una capitulación por ¿cómo se dice? Por tiempo, donde todo el mundo va a decir, no mames, todo sigue subiendo, la verga, y nunca va a subir. O, en verdad, vamos a ir aquí abajo, a la zona debajo del S&P 200 que siga, y vamos a tener un movimiento idéntico que el de acá. Y toda la gente que está planeando comprar en octubre va a tener la posibilidad de comprar en octubre y se va a ganar la lotería, bla, 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 bla. Solamente piensa en eso. Y una vez más, no estoy diciendo que estoy bien. Esto es como yo lo veo. ¿Ok? Para mí, yo les había dicho, ¿dónde veo el fondo? 57, 57, 58, aquí abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque no te has llevado este mínimo y no te habías llevado el mínimo. Acá habías hecho un bajo más alto. Ya te lo llevaste. Entonces, para mí, puede que hayas visto el fondo. ¿Ok? Tenemos nuestras zonas divididas y nombradas. ¿Es este el lugar? Sí. Segundo. Tenemos zonas de conspiraciones. Ya estamos ahí. Ya la tocamos. Tenemos el parque paquero, donde todos están esperando entre 50 y 40 mil. Y tenemos la zona teitísima, los $20,000. Cualquiera de estas zonas va a ser buenas para invertir, ¿no? Buenas. Ahí tú escoges en dónde lo vas a hacer. Ya les expliqué cómo en el video pasado, que me aventé una hora, un pedo así, les expliqué exactamente cómo y por qué creo que el QE que va a empezar en el 2027 y cómo va a afectar a Bitcoin. Punto. Si lo quieren ver, ahí véanlo todo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo ahorita? Eso es lo que nos vamos a enfocar, ¿no? Lo primero que les diría a todos ustedes, por favor, tengan un plan puesto en la mesa para lo que vayan a hacer. Me da igual lo que crean, pero tengan un plan para que entiendan. Mínimo, si la cagas, escríbelo. Y si la cagas, dices, güey, ¿sabes qué? La cagué, esto no pasó, esto fue lo que yo veía, esto es lo que yo sentía, etcétera. O le di a todo, güey. No mames, soy una verga porque vi esto, esto y esto y esto y compártelo con el mundo, güey. Qué chingón. ¿No? Por ahora, lo que estamos viendo es el rebote que tiene que pasar. Cuando Bitcoin, Dios, me das en la diaria, ¿no? Este tipo de RSI, aquí abajo. El siguiente más bajo había sido el de febrero, ¿no? Que fue cuando cayó a 60,000. Antes de eso, ¿cuándo habías visto el RSI tan bajo? Vamos a ver. Aquí, en marzo del 2020, cuando fue COVID, ¿ok? Para que tengan una idea, han pasado 6 años desde que el RSI tocó esta zona. ¿Por qué compré esa zona? Por eso. Por eso, por las noticias, por Kuwait, porque todos ustedes me dicen payaso por comprar MicroStrategy o Strategy en lo que es el fin del mundo y Strategy va a vender todo lo que tiene y se acabó y la verga. Simplemente esperando a que haya un rebote o entrando en una buena posición de acuerdo a lo que yo pienso va a ser el fondo en este mercado. ¿Ok? Por eso lo compré. Por eso volteé a ver a todos lados. ¿Qué estamos viendo ahorita en la diaria? Para ponerlo no tan cansado a todos ustedes. Bitcoin está en extremos después de esta caída y ahora volatilidad está contrayendo, subiendo, lo que sugiere que estamos corrigiendo, efectivamente. Una vez más, yo no creo que hayamos visto el fondo. No me molestaría que Bitcoin hiciera esto y jugara con esto y jugara con que voy a caer y nada más no cae. O tal vez sí cae a esos 53 que sería lo ideal para mí, o los 50 planos. Mientras más cerca de 50, menos probabilidad en mi libro, porque la gran mayoría de gente está esperando eso para entrar y pues si la gran mayoría son tan inteligentes, me imagino que pues todo el mundo se va a hacer millonario. ¿Qué puede pasar aquí? Les voy a poner el gráfico semanal para darles una mejor idea. Y acá les voy a pintar algo bonito. Algo bonito. Estamos hablando de trades semanales, ¿no? Observen esta zona. Preciosa. ¿Por qué me interesa esta zona para la gente que está apenas aprendiendo análisis técnico y no uso este wick, este wick, este wick? Porque aquí tienes todos los cierres, sean abajo o verdes, rojos o verdes. Todos tus cierres o tus aperturas están aquí, en los 65. Primera zona para hacer un buen cortito es acá, 65,800. Y ahora estos son trades a corto plazo. ¿Ok? Voy a poner mis EMAs también, ya que ya podemos. No la luna. La luna va a tener una luna bajista en 6 días, para que sepan. 6, 7 días. Eso quiere decir que donde el precio esté, debería de encontrar tope y después continuar para abajo, para que lo sepan. Esta es la primera zona bonita para hacer un corto, pero bonita, ¿ok? Y ahora, si expando esta línea o fuera a expandirla así, voy a borrar la línea verde ahorita, ¿ok? Pueden ver por qué. Resistencia, soporte, resistencia, etcétera. Es una zona muy importante, los 65,600. Por eso aquí mínimo tienes una reacción. Este sería el corto que me llevaría a casa para llevarme a los 50 o a los 40 o a los 20,000. No. ¿Cuál sería ese corto? Yo tengo una opinión que tal vez no sea tan popular, pero para mí el corto, el 82 que acabamos de ver, sería esta zona, en los 72. Este sería el máximo corto con todo. Pero si ponen aún más atención por aquí, justamente aquí, los 70, 69. Voy a expandir esto para que vean por qué. 70, 128 o 69. Esta es tu zona de corto con más probabilidad de que ocurra. Esta sería la buena. Le estoy dando 3 opciones, ¿no? Alex y Farhan lo ven aquí también. Corto en 70, 69. También hay corto en 65. Nada más, te estoy dando cuáles son las métricas de posibilidades. Este es para salirte rapidón. Ponte tú un movimiento de 65 a 64. Bien, llévate tu lana, cabrón. O un retesteo del S&P 200, si eres un poco más avaro, chingón, llévate ello. El de acá, de los 70, tío, a 67 o hasta 65. Tranquilo. O te lo podrías también, ya podrías empezar a pensar en ser agresivo y que vaya más para abajo. El de aquí arriba en los 72, 73 casi, este es donde yo me lo quedaría hasta que hasta que vea cohetes otra vez y Michael Saylor salir a llorar. Es lo que estamos viendo ahorita. ¿Qué lo invalidaría? Güey, tíos, cierres por debajo de $62,000, debajo del S&P 200 semanal. Pero me debería entonces de meter en long aquí para irme a buscar esto. Nel, güey, espérate porque aquí hay turbulencia, sacudida. Lo más prudente es esperar a las zonas de corto. Esto es para tradear. Güey, ¿cómo sabes que no simplemente va a subir y va a llegar a donde sea? ¿Quién sabe? Ahorita lo único que nos importa es buscar zonas donde hay reacciones fuertes. Y es 65,600, 70,000 y 72,873. Esas son las zonas donde vas a tener acción fuerte, fuerte, fuerte. Es básicamente todo. No hay, déjenme pongo rápido el HPDR. Este es el índice, sí, bien. Y pueden ver, venimos al 95% en el HPDR. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 69, tíos. 70, 69, 70, que es el buen corto. La de aquí arriba está más o menos donde está la media y el promedio del 55. No me veo algo. Tienes tu promedio del 21 en la de 3 días acá. Habías caído hasta el 88% y es más o menos a lo que voy. Esta zona es 72, 73, la parte baja de la zona azul en la de 3 días. Yo aquí estaría poniendo atención y también tienes una posibilidad de vean como en el bajón de precio acá, el RSI no fue tan abajo como acá en los 69. Y eso te dice que podrías tener un buen movimiento fuerte a la alza. Ahora, no tiene que romper todos estos y llegar de una. Por eso tienes varios niveles de trade y por eso se te está diciendo que aquí vas a medir qué tanto vas a holdear la posición para poder llevarte tu TP en grande. En 65 va a ser un movimiento rápido. En 70, un movimiento bastante decente, de mínimo $5,000. Y en 73, 72, si es que se da, estarías hablando de un movimiento bastante agresivo a la baja. Ahora, si por alguna razón te llegas a llevar los 82, el tope de acá, déjame lo pongo en la diaria. Antes de esto vas a tener una invalidación bastante fácil. Puedes ver acá los 72, pero también puedes ver que tu SMI 200 está en 78. Si ves que el precio en la diaria se trepa por encima de los 78, tío, esto se está volviendo alcista. Entonces, olvídate de esta invalidación y usa el SMI 200 diario como invalidación de que es alcista. Por más que vaya a tener una reacción extraña, si lo llegas a trepar, y esto es lo que quiero ver rápido, si me lo permiten, en el 30 minutos este pedo. Ahí está. Una vez que lo trepaste, el promedio del 200 lo ven aquí abajo. Una vez que lo trepaste, fue enero del 2023. Antes, acá fue el rechazo que acabamos de vivir en los 82. Una vez que te subas al promedio del 200, no importa cuándo sea, es cuando empieza tu mercado alcista. En la diaria. Olvídate de la semanal, la diaria. Y ahorita está en 78. Por eso te digo, no tienes que invalidar usando este tope. Solamente una trepada por encima del promedio del 200 te dice, uy, algo aquí está cambiando. Y lo tienes que a huevo longuear al principio de ello. No, tú viste cómo acá, literalmente, se fue para arriba, volvió a caer para apoyarse en él y tuviste el mercado alcista. Entonces, que no te dé FOMO eso y no instantáneamente hagas un long, que obviamente te va a intentar sacar luego. Y pues ahí lo tienen. Cortos en la zona de 65, 69, 70 y 73. Y ya les conté qué tan agresivos pueden ser con esos cortos. ¿Ok? Vale, pues. Pues ya quedamos, tíos. Hemos hecho un gran análisis del Bitcoin. Vámonos para adelante con...
Circle.
Oh, yeah, Circle for investment.
Circle.
Sí. That's pretty good.
Yeah, here we are. You know, very similar to like Bitcoin, just produced another, lower low. If you're looking at it like on like a monthly. Yeah, taking out last month's lows. Better said. I guess I'm on a bi-monthly. That's why it looked a little weird. Here we go. For me, investing on Circle makes sense at $65. I'm just looking for the lows to get run. Ideally, February's low doesn't get taken out. That's at $49.90, basically $50. From this point, you're now entering within a range. $92.56 should be resistance. Keyword should be. You have really no indication of that quite yet. You're just kind of waiting for the rally back up to that $92 to either watch it reject or reclaim. For me, though, the easy spot to invest will be right in the $65. Circle to me should at least get another retest of that spot. That was the last big spot that we got a major bottom, at least locally. And really, when you start even throwing on like the 5-day, you can see that you are going to avoid a breakdown right in that $60 region if it can just actually get it can hold. For me, I don't really want to be looking for lower than the 52-week low. I do think testing near it is wise to be looking for investing, because at least that can kind of keep you in check. You are technically in a monthly bullish setup here, and all you're doing now is potentially retesting and maybe putting in bullish price structure on this move down. Bulls think bullish price structure forms like this and just going up, but actually it's during these lows that don't take out previous lows where you form that. So in terms of investing, the moving averages aren't really your friend here. Chart's only been around since this year. So that's why I'm looking at just simply a 52-week low, watching $65, and really watching kind of that bottom 38.2% on the 5-day. If as long as we're not getting into a 5-day breakdown, to me, this is more likely to break down, break back up. My apologies. Because the 5-day has been giving us the breakdowns simply once you lose the 38.2%. This entire time, it's just been off of the 38.2%, losing, rejecting, making the next leg down. So here it's at 69.69. I am watching for this zone right into basically $65 to $69 to get actually reclaimed touch. That's ideally the best spot to be investing in Circle. Now, anything else we can talk about potentially? Yeah, really nothing. 6 months closing actually in a month, which is interesting to see because it just is still holding, that low $65 region. For me, I'm getting nothing on the 6-month close here other than you are just solidifying that $65 as support. And every time we've gone down to $65, it has been an opportunity. Even if this was somewhat of a failure, you still from $65 went up 114%. So again, the question was for investing. I wouldn't be looking to buy this dip quite yet. I'm waiting for low around $65. That at least plays the monthly setup, retest the bottom 30.2% on the 5-day, and at least kind of gives you more of an area to be like have your risks. Like if you're making a 52-week low, you're investing in your ideas that the low is already in, then just try to long or buy as close to these lows as possible, because then at least you have some measure of where you're wrong. Like if you just start flipping the 52-week low into resistance, all right, maybe that's when you kind of scale out because you're most likely going to make a lower low. And that could easily come in the form of like $45 to $40 on Circle. But until then, this does seem like an accurate kind of perspective to keep. Most likely a move back down, but I would be watching for that $65 to $68 to get tested. Still means you have about 19% left to go before it's all said and done. Once you reach $65, that's where you should be a big buyer of Circle, essentially betting on February's low to hold essentially. And with these charts, it's more fundamental based, honestly. We can pull a meme line, we can talk about a gap fill and all those little things, but you don't just have a lot of data. I mean, look at even the daily SMA 200 barely populating in March. Now, you do have a daily silver cross to the downside, and the retest would actually come right into that $92 region. So it plays into what I mentioned. You most likely will move up on Circle. Don't use that as kind of a FOMO place to start longing. Use that as an area to gauge a weekly bearish retest. As long as you're staying under $94, in this case $92, then you are going to be more likely to reach that 64 to 65. And even here, despite that mean reversion, we could not break $62.41, leading to that new lower low, where then we started to move up, leaving a gap. So the idea here would be you retest, you gap fill, you start bidding. This is the ideal investor spot. This plays into the monthly bullish retest. Again, all I can mention is monthlies, like meme lines here, because you just don't have that many moving averages on your team. So that's all I have here. And you would see a move back down to the low 70s would be the 100% on the daily. So it kind of plays into you are just reaching that extreme zone regardless of this chart. And you do see that the last bottom on the 2-day was off of that 95 to 97% zone on Circle, which is actually right into $63 to $67. So again, 65 is the spot I'd be investing in Circle until you actually reach that. Watch for the 92.56, give you that retest to kind of help with your bias on maybe investing lower. As long as you stay under 92.50, though, you should keep moving down.
Thank you, senor. Now, SanDisk.
Oh, nice.
I'm sure it's just one of those that just keeps going up.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the real Bitcoin
yeah.
chart.
There you go. Ok. Circle. Bueno, con Circle es un poco más fácil la cosa. Es lo que estábamos diciendo aquí en el en vivo pasado que dijo Farhan. Yo creo que deben de ser más pacientes. Esta es mi opinión. Se pueden enojar o no, lo pueden tomar por lo que sea. Si hablamos en la sesión pasada de algo y todavía no ven el movimiento ocurrir, ni tampoco la invalidación del movimiento ocurrir, ¿para qué gastan otra vez otro análisis de lo mismo? Es lo que yo diría. Porque en Circle habíamos dicho, claro, fondo, vas a venir a retestear por acá entre los 92 y los 98, ¿no? No, 94, sí, 92 y 98. ¿Por qué? Porque vas a tener este cruce plateado y tienes el promedio del 9 aquí arriba en 94. Estás haciendo esta vela de fondo. ¿Cómo sabes si es fondo o no esta vela? Local. No estoy hablando de fondo total. Si te llegas a llevar el tope de la vela. Si subes de 88, eso quiere decir que estás dándole vuelta a la tendencia bajista, que fue de aquí a acá, ¿no? Y ahora vas para arriba. Y te puede rechazar el 5 en 88, te puede rechazar el 9 en 94, 92. Para mí 92 sería más o menos la zona donde te rechace aquí. ¿Por qué? Porque si te llegas a llevar este alto, pues vas a tener más alto, vas a tener por aquí de los 98. Y una vez más, acabas de romper este promedio en un cruce plateado a la baja. Cuando haces eso, normalmente tienes más downside, ¿no? No es como, aquí no tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja y acá a ver si ya tenías suficientes datos. No lo creo. No. Cruce plateado te lo dio por acá y pues sí, caíste. Entonces, ¿qué puedes hacer? Por ejemplo, si quieres invertir en Circle, ¿no? Que es sobre todo inversión, más que un trade. En Circle, si quieres invertir, y otra vez, esta es otra de las cosas que me vuela en la cabeza. Las líneas memes no han cambiado. Los 64 es donde empiezas y puedes usar el fondo acá como invalidación para salirte. Puedes también meterle en 55 y hasta tal vez tocar un fondito más por acá, chiquitito. Pero usarías esto como invalidación. Ninguna de estas líneas han cambiado. Pero, ¿qué tal si se nos va el tren y yo quiero meterme como sea a Circle? Pues lo que está cabrón es esto, porque está jugando en análisis técnico una mierda. Fondo, el bajo, el alto. El bajo, el alto más bajo, el bajo más alto, el alto más alto que este y ahora un bajo más bajo que este. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Está en medio de una indecisión brutal. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que si te llevas este alto en 140, vas a querer entrar en un retesteo de los 125 o en el retesteo del S&P 200 diario, que apenas está populando. Y a la baja, ¿cómo voy a saber que va a ir más para abajo? Lo único que tienes que hacer es que te haga un alto más bajo que este. Y probablemente te lo dé aquí, más o menos por esta zona. ¿Dónde te vas a meter, etcétera? Yo creo que sigue en pie 64. Si no lo crees, y aquí hay un gap, ¿no? Puedes usar esto como referencia 75, empezar acá, segunda acá y tercera acá, ¿no? 75, 64 y 50. Más allá de eso, no hay más. Te llevas los 50 y vas a caer a 33. ¿Por qué 33? Sería relativamente el mismo tipo de mercado bajista que tuvo Coinbase en el 2022. Pero una vez más, esto ya tiene ley pasada, ya tiene todas las cosas, etcétera. Y no tienes un mercado bajista como el 2022. Ahora, muchos de ustedes ven todas las demás acciones y yo les estoy diciendo, todas las acciones están en la mierda. Un ejemplo claro de acciones que lleven millones de años y que estén en la mierda. Denle 40 minutos. Jack in the Box, ¿no? Pero es que, güey, hay acciones que están en la mierda y te estás diciendo que todo está en la mierda menos unas, ¿no? Correcto. Pero en el 2022, las grandes no estaban en la mierda. ¿Ok? Ni siquiera esta. En el 2022 aquí cayó a 55 y ahora están más abajo. El problema del mercado bajista de ahorita es que simplemente son todas las empresas de AI que están consumiendo a todas las demás, lo que llevo una década diciéndoles, cabrones. Cálmate. Pero llevo un rato con el ejemplo de que todos los restaurantes se van a volver Taco Bell. Todas las empresas van a acabar siendo Tesla o Amazon o Google o algo así. Todas, todas, todas. Y la gran mayoría va a perder. Lo que estás viendo y usando como tu termómetro para esto está peor que el 2022 son las grandes. Punto. Y los índices. Punto. No puedes. Estas empresas se van a ir a la verga. A la verga. La famosísima, ¿no? Nike. Nunca más van a regresar, tíos. Nunca. Nunca más van a regresar. Van a tener rebotes. Claro, pero nunca más van a regresar. ¿Ves? Hubieras comprado cuando te dijeron, no, es que ve lo barato que está PayPal, fue para venderte esto, tío. Y ahora está a punto de hacer un nuevo bajo. ¡Wow! ¡Qué mierda! Este es perfectamente el dedo. O el pito. ¡Wow! Estas empresas ya no regresan. ¿Ok? Y eso es a lo que voy. No estamos en el 2022 porque tus 7 magníficas no están en el 2022. Meta está corrigiendo, pero está corrigiendo menos de la mitad de lo que cayó en el 2022. Denle 30 segundos. Nada. Nvidia. Nada. O sea, no lo pueden comparar. ¿Ok? Entonces, Circle, ¿qué vas a hacer? Solamente para terminar esto de nuevo. Aquí quieres ver el gráfico diario. Vas a venir a retestar el promedio del 9 en los 94 y de ahí deberías de continuar cayendo. Si revientas los 98 y luego los 109, esto va por un nuevo máximo y probablemente retesteos por encima en el promedio del 200 es lo que vayas a querer. Yo diría, ¿quieres adelantarte al juego? Como ya veniste y le hiciste un SFI aquí al 200, ¿no? Teóricamente. Luego hiciste uno más grande acá. En cuanto te subas al SMA 200 diario otra vez, ahí tírale. Si es que crees que se te está yendo el tren. Sí, te vas a esperar, etcétera. Porque aquí lo que en realidad te debería de rechazar, si lo piensas ahora que lo estoy viendo, es el SMA 200. Si te rechaza y vas para abajo junto con el promedio del 9, etcétera, chingón, güey, vas a tener tu entrada en 75, 64 y 50. Aquí tú puedes escoger niveles en medio. Y puedes invalidar con esta vela. Si te llevas el mínimo de febrero, te sales. O puede ser de la gente que se espere a los 33 o 21 si es que te los dan, ¿no? Que personalmente no lo creo, pero cada quien. Y ahí lo tienes. Vamos con Tesla. Mr. Farjano, for investment, por favor.
Alright, vamos. Vamos por las chelas. We'll switch Tesla to the high time frames. I think we could start with the quarterly because we got a lot of data on this. So let's get started. So on the quarterly, we got momentum starting to freshly flip down. We are putting in higher high in momentum and price. So there's no bearish divergence, but there is a confirmed local top on the quarterly because we did close, I believe, below this low. This is at 382.78, and this closed at 371. So yes, there is indeed a local top here. And as of now, we are rejecting the wick high of the closing, the open of this candle and the closing area of this candle, and that puts us that's around $458, somewhere between 440 and 460. As of now, we are still above the median, but I do think on this current close, the median is going to go up, and from there I would be looking at the bottom 38.2%, which is currently at around $300, going along with momentum flipping down. And we have volatility now at extreme lows, and the jewel's starting to lose its curvature. Kind of looks like it's about to flip neutral. But let's look at the lower time frames and check it out, because you also lost the 5 on the previous close. Monthly is now below the 38.2%. That level's at $412, with monthly momentum getting slightly out of the bearish control zone, but it is still below the moving average, but volatility is still expanding, and the monthly is still giving you a sell signal. There is an invalidation on this, though, is that if you do close the monthly over that 38.2%, which is at about $412, you are likely going to get a move into the median, which is currently sitting somewhere around $491. And I do think, yeah, that is a new all-time high, but this median is going to move on the close, which is then wherever that is, if you close it at 38.2%, then it's going to be your target. Close below 38.2%, and you're likely going to see a move down to the 78.6, which is where you bottomed out last time, and that is currently at around $325. Going to the 2-week. 2-week is also currently flipped up. Are we putting any divergence? I think there is hidden bearish divergence possible. Yeah, there is, because you are taking out these previous highs on momentum, or price is still making a lower high from this high here. This zoom in here. What is the low of this? This is 393, and this close is 391. So you did confirm that divergence here. So as of now, you should see a move into the median and this meme line somewhere around $411 to $415, but that likely is going to be a rejection. And if you want, you could you could take a short here, but let me get your validation on a lower time frame, because as on this one I'd be using 445, which is a little high. Weekly is also giving you a move towards the 5, lining up with that meme line. 38.2% is at about $430, and from there, from that rejection, you would be targeting this bottom 38.2%, which is currently at around like $350. So let's see what your loss would be in terms of this percentage wise. On a week basis, it's around 7% if you want to be very conservative, or 4% if you want to be aggressive, and to the downside 14%. So even with the 7%, that's still 2-to-1 risk to reward. Pretty good right there. 5-day also flipping down a momentum. 5 days getting right around the median. This does close in about 2 days. I do think this is going to hold the median for now, but the median is going to move. And on this one, we don't need to close below the median. We just need to close below this wick low, which is at $413.65. And that will confirm a local top here. And then you are likely going to see a move down to this $360 zone. So for a long-term position, I would start bidding somewhere below $400, anywhere around like 380 to 360. 2-day currently flipped down, although there is possibility for hidden bullish divergence here, but it's very difficult to confirm as of now. You need to close over 433 to confirm it. That'll take you to new all-time highs. Daily is currently flipped down as well. Daily has lost the 78.6, so if you do get any move into 415-ish area, this will come up, be a retest of your 9, and likely will reject you and come down towards somewhere around 360s. 4 hour is currently flipped down, but it is about to get a retest of the bearish control zone and the moving average, somewhere around that bottom 38.2%, which is currently at around $415, lines up with that bearish retest zone. Let's get RSI. Quarterly's got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $449.72, and your first target is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about $340. Monthly's got active hidden bullish divergence. This is going to target the critical zone from here, which is going to update several times. Right now, it's sitting at around $710. Your support is going to be the simple moving average, somewhere between the simple moving average and the neutral zone, which puts you between $390 and about $300. Right. 2 weeks got bearish divergence. Going to target the bearish control zone, sitting at around 380s. And volatility is at extremes at 9%, very low. Weekly has got bearish divergence with expanding volatility from extreme lows that would target the simple moving average to the neutral zone, and that puts you between 390 and 320, somewhere in 360s, right between there. 5 days got about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $406.39, and that will give you a move into somewhere around 470 to 403. I mean, not 470, 370 to 370 to about 319. 3 days got a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Also, this will be active as long as you're closing below 435.79, and you got to move from there into the simple moving average, which is currently around 365. Beautiful number. 2 days also got hidden bearish divergence. Targets the neutral zone, 376. Nice number. Daily would be targeting the bearish control zone after a move into about 415 or 414, which is a simple moving average, lines up with 415, and the bearish control zone is at 381. And 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 397, and this will give you a move into somewhere around like 415 to 417. So there is also a short-term trade that you could take here, although not really the best. You'd long on a close over about 397. You'd wait for a retest of $400 or 390s to 400, and you target 415. But that isn't. That's just one of those like throwaway trades, like small position. Let's go into the momentum. Tesla. There we go. 6 month is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over about $307. Quarterly is currently flipped up as well with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 325. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 450. 2 week is currently up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 346. Weekly is currently flipped up as well with the derp of death and volatility expanding, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 428. But you do have bearish divergence here. 5 days currently also flipped up with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 388. 2 days currently flipped down with the derp of death, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 430. Daily is also flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 416. Nice number. I like to see that. That is likely what we're going to tap. And 4 hour is about to flip up, and it will flip up with an close over $403. So right now the idea is it likely is going to tap somewhere around that 415 to 420 area. I'd like to see 420 for the meme. Likely is going to reject that area, and then you're probably start getting your entries for the more long-term position, where I'd start that somewhere between anywhere below $400, ideally around like 390 to like $360, anywhere around that zone. And then from there I would be targeting for within the next couple of months, maybe a year, somewhere around your current all-time highs, and I guess probably higher because you're thinking from more of a multi-year position on Tesla. But I started accumulating below 100, $400, like 390 to 360s in that region, and you likely will see a reaction around $360. Whether it's going to be a reversal zone or not, you probably will see a reaction at that area.
Thank you, señor. Very clear. Much appreciated. Tesla es otra de las acciones que hablan un poco de lo que estamos viviendo ahorita. Mercado del 2022 en Tesla, un ajuste de 75%. Mercado del 2025 en Tesla, ajuste de 30%. ¿A dónde estamos hoy? 18% abajo. 18%. Una vez más, esto no es el 2022. No lo es. No lo es. Lo del QE efectivamente nos va a dar todavía otro impulso más para arriba para poder hacer que todo el mundo sufra rico. ¿Ok? Es donde acá, ¿cuál sería la oportunidad buena para entrar en Tesla? De acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo, si puedes notar que las caídas de antes te llevan casi al 200, luego al 100, luego al 55. Si lo simplificamos un poco, de acuerdo también a todo lo que está viendo Farhan en su tabla, la zona a hacer el bidding son entre 330 y 370. Y probablemente no llegues a los 330 porque este fue un bajo, ¿no? Y por más que nos digamos que no, mínimo en estas ondas grandes de movimiento, Tesla respeta los bajos. Bajo más alto, bajo más alto, bajo más alto, y este es un bajo más alto. Entonces, si quieres acumular Tesla para lo que sigue, y es por eso que a mí no me interesa Tesla en este momento, porque por más que, ponte tú, los objetivos de la tabla, ¿no? Con el RSI y todo lo que tiene Farhan son estos, 728. Digamos que compras aquí en 300 y cacho, no sé cuánto tiempo vaya a tomar, pero parece que aparentemente por ahí de 1 año, 2 años, podrías hacer casi el doble de tu dinero. Casi un 100%. Nada mal, o sea, nada mal, no se equivoquen. Pero, no, soy yo. Estoy muy mal acostumbrado, perdón. Pero aquí la idea es, por la zona de los 370, que es esta línea meme, el retesteo de esta zona y cualquier cosita por abajo es lo que quieres comprar. Para después de aquí venir, probablemente colgarte por acá y continuar a la alza, después por acá y ya después máximos históricos. Así que bastante sencillo. Esta zona de los 370 y puedes jugar con tal vez 360, ¿no? 360, 370 sería lo ideal para este movimiento. Por ahora lo que tiene cara es que vas a retestear en este momento con lo que estás viendo acá, los 4.15 a los 4.20 para después continuar para abajo, venir acá y hacer esto. ¿Por qué? Porque ya hiciste este mínimo, digo este máximo, después de este bajo, alto, va a ser un bajo más alto para probablemente después hacer un alto más alto que este, no que el histórico. Y después de ahí podrías continuar en el jueguito ese que se va de lado. Pero una vez más, recuerden, QE comienza en enero del 2027. Y la última vez que lo hicimos relativamente parecido, subimos del 2023 hasta el 2025, por año y medio. Entonces yo creo que vamos a ver algo parecido o más grande porque son las empresas de todo el mundo haciendo QE a través de las balance sheets, de los balance sheets de las empresas más grandes de Estados Unidos, que son las empresas más grandes del mundo. ¿Ok? Ahí tienes Tesla. Para un trade corto plazo, si esto llega a venir a los 400, por acá 420, ahí es donde querrías buscar ese corto. Tristemente tu invalidación está muy arriba, aunque estoy seguro que en la diaria podemos usar otra. Exactamente. Podríamos usar estos, los 424 o los 426. Ahí está, que habían preguntado otro trade. Esa sería la idea. Este corto pagó bien y ahorita pues se acabó. I muted it.
Was I not muted?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, listen, the audios that come from your videos are the best in this channel. The only reason why I watch it is I'm hoping that you're at a place where there's cats and there's people like walking around and kicking shit or fireworks. Anything is good. I'll take it.
It's like our soundboard, but it's just your
Exactly. It's getting a little stale. Oh my God, so good. What's next? Do you remember? Oh,
SanDisk.
SanDisk, that's right. Just 1 second. Pues muchísimas felicidades, mi Mariano. Mario, perdón, Mario. Sí es cierto lo de tu chavita, felicidades. No voy a decir si es cierto, pero sí. Y ahora vemos el QQQ de nuevo. Vale, SanDisk. Oh man, it's just the AI trade the bubble. Bubbles. Bubbles up my ass.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, some bubble this is spinning, and crazy part is February 2025 is like when this thing became a thing. So like on the stock market IPO'd, so you really could have bought this at like $30. Now it's at 1,600. Pretty insane trade overall. And really, where are we now? Is this an investment or for trade?
It doesn't say, but we're going to go with investment because I think that's the interesting part.
Yeah, that's the easy part too, really, because whenever we make these big breakaways from the monthly 9, we often are finding our, at least major lows on the monthly 5. You see here, you break away, you make that move down, and then it just simply gets to spring off the 5. That's basically what you're looking at in terms of investing, playing the 5, using the 9 as your extremity low. The issue is when you start viewing this on like a weekly, actually, this is strong. You have a very easy uptrend here. You're in higher high, so you're producing a higher low. What could already have been the higher low until last week, that major move down, in quotation marks, major move down, if you measure it. It was about 17%, which is big, but in the grand scheme of things, it did really actually nothing for the chart except make it still more desirable for bulls. The weekly is trying to produce the higher low here right off the weekly 5, but you are going to notice if you don't end up holding that weekly, you're going to move back down to that 1,400 region. That's where I want to start seeing the monthly EMA 5 start moving up towards 1,400, because as we've seen here, we don't really like to spend too far away from the monthly 5 before getting a reconnect. The reconnect right now would be at 1,230. That's why I started off very easy perspective in investing, play the 5 and the 9. But to dissect it a little more, the weekly is looking good in confluence with the monthly. It's very hard to be looking for lower when you are just simply grinding out a higher low still on the weekly. And that's why, like, even investing or trading, right? If you're a trader, this has been pretty gracious to bulls, honestly. You're making that was a 19% move off just a weekly 5. Here as well, you got the bounce at current market price. You've gone up 7% from the low of last week. If this is technically the next major higher low, the only objective for SanDisk is to put in a new all-time high. What could occur is bullish price structures formed. You move up, you break the high, and then what could cause, just simply the monthly 5 to start meeting more towards that 1,400. That would mean price is going to make a new all-time high, though, and break out maybe towards 2,000. I do think, yeah, this is like an extremely bullish chart. You can see on the monthly HPDR, you will get a monthly breakdown once you actually close back under 1,600. But currently, you're just playing between the bottom 38.2% and the median. Notice once you break that median, really just start taking out this monthly's high, you could easily get a move back up to 2,100. So, this is kind of telling you maybe that weekly higher low is starting to hold, because if not, you will enter into a monthly breakdown. Let's check the weekly now. Yeah, so the weekly, you're above the median. You're in between 38.2% of the bottom. channel and also the top. And you do see the next objective more statistically is a move back up to the top 38.2%, making a new all-time high. So if you are, let's say, trading this, you're just simply running longs at 1,600 to 1,550. Your stop loss is 1,510. You're just using last week's low, maybe a little lower. But both have options on this chart. Really, though, you have to be a patient investor if you are. You're really looking for just that monthly 5 to reconnect around 1,400, or maybe a breakdown towards the monthly 5. As you've seen, though, every macro higher low has been off the monthly 5. I see no difference in this price action versus the past. We should just be patiently taking the easy trade. If every time you just played the monthly 5, which may sound repetitive and too easy, here you would have made 113%. Here you would have made 62%. That's just the same month, by the way. Here's 260%. And here was 140%. So far, that's been actually dead on accurate. And the issue is when you start reaching the monthly 9s and monthly 5s, this is probably when many start actually getting bearish, maybe even start tweeting out the AI bubble, blah, blah, blah. But this chart's actually one of the most strongest charts we've seen this entire stream today. So be fully aware, investing starts at the monthly 5. Your idea is if you do produce a new all-time high based just simply on the weekly higher low being in, that could logically bring the monthly 5 closer to 1,400. If you end up actually breaking down from here, closing dailies back under 1,420, you will enter into a daily sell. There's your confluence. You're going to move down. Moving down to me isn't anything crazy. You're just simply viewing maybe moving back towards the monthly 9. The monthly 9 sits out $929, and that's why you're going to hear me talk only on investing about the 5 and the 9 for this chart. And it's a pretty nice range. If you lose that 5, which has been giving us over 20% moves every single time we've hit it, most likely you go to the 9, and that most likely will actually give you a major move. So again, investing standpoint, invest on the 5 or the 9, and only until you lose the 9 where this chart will start looking actually like, major top has occurred and this is going to go back to the gutter. But until then, I see no reason why Sandus this month won't make a new all-time high, solely running on the higher low idea. And even viewing HBDR, technically it is more likely to break up. A new high could be formed at 1,890 to maybe closer to 2,080. So hopefully that makes sense. It's a pretty basic chart, pretty easy perspective. And as long as the monthly EMA 5 is holding, that should just be your first logical place to bid. Because had you been using the monthly 9, you really have been missing every single major opportunity since March. No, that was the weekly. Let me get back here. Get my finals since really, actually January. Because you haven't hit the monthly 9 really, or even got near it since January. So I think it's wise to be just investing on the monthly 5. Make it easy for us.
Yeah. And also, every time there's like a little bit of sideways move on one candle, that's when you want to buy this bullshit. I mean, exactly. For the little data that it has, right?
That's just the weekly grinding its higher lows, basically, or even bi-weekly. So it's hard for me to say, oh, this is tops, let's short this. Maybe invest at 900 because literally you're still even on the weekly holding the previous weekly highs. That's why, honestly, we could get an all-time high first and then actually get the maybe deeper pullback towards that 1,400.
Yeah.
Maybe. So.
Yeah. Thank you, senor. Very clear and super simple. Vean la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial. Qué barbaridad. Ni modo. Ya va a tronar la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial. Esto es memoria. Y una vez más, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Poder de cómputo, memoria y tecnología en la era de la inteligencia artificial. Esto se va a dar la vuelta y va a caer como, ¿cómo se llama? La que todo el mundo usa como comparación. La de los teléfonos, cabrón. Me da igual, ok. No lo va a hacer. Lo que estamos viendo acá y lo que dice Alex es bastante correcto, que en la de 2 semanas puedes ver que cada que te vas de lado, literalmente cualquier compra cuando te estás yendo de lado por esto sería buena, ¿no? Si quieres ser muy paciente y los mejores movimientos te los da, pero tienes que ser muy, muy, muy paciente, tienes que esperarte a tocar el promedio del 5, la línea verde, o el promedio del 9. Literalmente, una vez has tocado el promedio del 9. Si toca el promedio del 9, le quieres meter toda la tostada a esta mamada. Pero cada que tocas el promedio del 5, agregar o comprar en la mensual, digo, en la de 2 semanas. O quieres esperarte y ser más pinche chido, esta va a estar cabrona, pero está por acá en los 1100 y cacho. Solamente has tocado el promedio del 5, 1, 2 y antes de la gran explosión acá 3 veces. Pero cada que lo tocas, tío, ¿no? Estás hablando de movimientos de hasta 170% instantáneos. 67% y luego claramente continuó subiendo, ¿no? Y cuando lo ves en la mensual, simplemente empezar a irse de lado es donde te abre la posibilidad de entrar. Acá, cuando estoy volteando a ver el RSI, sobre todo en la semanal, tengo definitivamente divergencias bajistas. Este alto es más alto que este en el RSI, no es más alto acá. Lo que me dice que probablemente sí ajuste. ¿Qué tanto? ¡Ta madre! Los promedios de estos mini ajustes de esta chingadera, porque no puedo contar esta, son dos cosas diferentes. A ver, 30%, 30%, 27% en realidad, 27, 28. Y de acá, 35. Tiene cara que el promedio para meterle es cuando ves una corrección de arriba de 25%. Te pondría acá en 1300. Lo que dice Alex, que es lo que más sentido tiene para mí si vas a invertir a largo plazo, espérate a que toque el promedio del 5 mensual. Está en 1140 ahorita. Va a continuar subiendo, pero por ahorita está aquí. No quieres, y esta es una de esas cosas, ¿no? ¿Por qué quieres invertir en esto cuando estás aquí? O aquí, o aquí, y no aquí, ¿no? Pero es el FOMO, es muy normal. ¿Cuándo inviertes en esto? Cuando corrija un 30%, puedes empezar, o esperarte a que toque el promedio del 5 mensual y esa corrección sería de tope a donde está ahorita 38%. O sea, básicamente, yo creo que 1300, 1200 es una buena zona para empezar a agregarle a esto. Porque, una vez más, sí va a corregir. Todo, en mi opinión, todo va a corregir ahorita, pero no va a estar loco. Pueden verlo, ¿no? Con Tesla, 370. Esta chingadera puede bajar ese 30% a 1200, 1300, pero de ahí va a continuar. Es lo que tiene cara de. Entonces puedes escoger o la más conservadora, que es 1140, el promedio del 5 ahorita, o puedes meterte en algo más agresivo, como el promedio del 9 semanal, por ejemplo, 1300 y cacho, un poco abajo. No has venido al promedio del 34 semanal nunca, que está en 800. Entonces, no sé si contaría que eso es lo que va a ocurrir, pero pues ahí lo tienes. No hay, y tampoco le vaya a hacer un corto, que esto podría continuar subiendo. No hay, por más que tengas las divergencias bajistas, etcétera, no se activan hasta que no te lleves el bajo, que son 1522. No, porque estoy viendo la mensual, espérame. La divergencia bajista está en la semanal y en la diaria. Correcto. Y en la semanal el bajo, para confirmarlo, es debajo de 1270. Para que tengas una idea. Eso está cabrón. Ok. QQQ para una inversión. Excelente. QQQ for investment, Mr. Parjano, por favor.
Right. QQQ. Unfortunately, there isn't anything funny to say with QQQ.
It's a sad truth.
Where's my? Oh, it's in my pocket. My other AirPod. There we go. Go to quarterly. Get a little sipski of this Coke Zero. Ah, crisp. Coke Zero is like a fridge cigarette.
Never heard that one before.
Diet Coke and Coke Zero is the equivalent of a fridge cigarette. There's nothing like cracking open a Coke Zero or a Diet Coke. It's like going outside in the morning and lighting up a Marlboro Red.
Oof, with a little coffee. Damn.
Your little espresso.
Yep.
Meal of champions. So on the quarterly, we got QQQ starting to flip up. You're getting out of or getting back into the bullish control zone, taking out this previous low, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and this is going to confirm with any close over $636.60, which are a good amount above right now. And that'll also take us over this 38.2%, which from here and from that close, especially since you're getting a massive girthy green dildo, I do think you are going to get a pullback from this region. From that close, and that pullback will likely take you into this 38.2%. And because stocks trade super cleanly and without the fuckiness, probably will bounce at this 38.2% around like $662.69. Nice number. And from there, I would expect expansion from that hidden bullish divergence. And likely this is going to happen on the RSI as well, so you can get more accurate targets on the RSI. But from the HPDR, we would be targeting somewhere around $780 on confirmation. That's a pretty nice move from 660. Let's see. Almost 20%. Not bad on stonks. And Jewel is now starting to curve back around right at the pink and looking like this is going to give you a buy signal on this next open, along with the hidden bullish divergence. Monthly also flipped up. Monthly is putting in bearish divergence, although it's going to be a little difficult as of now to confirm. You have to close below $555.60, but it will be easier as you go on. Monthly has now closed over that 38.2%, and we are currently bouncing from the 38.2% because once again, stocks are a lot cleaner than cryptos. And as long as we are closing over $712.32, you likely will see expansion into $780. 2 week likely going to get a little pullback here. Momentum is currently flipped up, putting in bearish divergence, and any close below $704 will confirm that bearish divergence, and then you're likely going to see a pullback into somewhere around $670 to $680. Weekly also currently flipped down. Weekly has confirmed a local top, and you're likely going to continue down until you tag somewhere around at least $700. 5-day currently flipped down. Volatility is contracting. 2-day is currently also flipped down with volatility contracting, putting in some possibility for hidden bullish divergence, but you will need to close over $749 to confirm. Dookie. And you are breaking into the bottom 38.2% now. Let's go into daily. Daily also has a local top. Likely we'll see a little bit of a bounce into somewhere around like $720 to $730, which we are kind of getting right now. Your high is at 723, and I do think you're going to go lower from here to somewhere around 700 for a little bit of a bounce, and then eventually somewhere around 680. And 680, anywhere below 700 really is where you can start accumulating for your longer term position. Ideally somewhere around 680 to like $670. Daily is also flipped down. Daily has a fresh pink below yellow cross within the critical zone. This is very powerful cross here. Likely you're going to see a nice move down into somewhere around that $660 to $670 zone. Maybe you'll see a bounce into 720s. Likely going to be an opportunity to short. Let's go into the RSI. Quarterly is putting in a local bottom and validating the bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close over $636.60, and you're already in the critical zone, so you can't really get any targets. But let's see if we can change the settings a little bit. Critical level, we'll change it to 90. Actually, we'll change it to 88. Won't go too crazy. Moves it to $840. Let's change it to 87. Just keep changing the numbers until you see something you like. That changes it to 780. Hey, it lines up with my HPDR level at $780. Now let's change it back to default settings. All right. Monthly putting in, monthly still has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $577. You're already in the critical zone, so you can't do anything with that. 2 week also has 2 week currently has a local bottom. You likely will get support at the simple moving average, lines up with about $680. And from there, the critical zone is at 893. This is going to update several times. Weekly is putting in a local top. From there, that will target somewhere around the simple moving average. The bullish control zone gives you a range between $670 and $660. 5-day local top targeting $650. It's going to update. 2-day local top targeting 660. Daily has bearish divergence. The bearish control zone sits at 677. 4 hours got a local bottom. So from here, you likely will bounce into tagging somewhere around 720-ish zone. Likely you will reject that area, and you can use that as a short into $680. And you would use this week high as your stop loss. So let's take that's $20. Let's take it from 720. See how much of a loss that is. That's like 2.6% versus $680. That's like 6% in your favorite. More than 2 to 1. Pretty good right there. Close to 3 to 1. And let's go into momentum. QQQ. 6 month is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $719. So let's say 720. Quarterly is also flipped. Quarterly is currently flipped down, but very close to flipping up. And this will flip up with hidden bullish divergence if you close over $658. So it says $660, which is basically the pivot that we're looking to get tapped on this next, likely going to be the next quarterly candle. Monthly is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $730. With monthly having hidden bullish divergence. Like you will see a little move down to tag 680s though. 2 week is currently flipped up with volatility extremes, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 644. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility at many periods of 100%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 650. 5 days currently also flipped down with volatility at many periods of 100%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 645. 2 days currently flipped down also, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 745. Daily is also flipped down, volatility contracting from extremes, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 745. 4 hour is also flipped down with a derp of death, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 740. 2 hours now very close to flipping back up, and it will flip up if you close over 712. So this will likely use that move into 720 to 730. So right now in the short time frames, you are likely to see a little bit of a move up to tag somewhere around 720 to 730. If you want, you could take that short and put that high over here. It was a 4 hour high at $744 is your stop loss. You got 2.7% against you, and you'd be targeting somewhere around 680 to 670, which is somewhere around 6 to 7% in your favor. But the more long-term idea is once you drop below $700, you start accumulating your long-term position anywhere around 690 to $670, anywhere from that region, and then from there you'd be targeting $780, and then somewhere into the 800s. And you would put your stop loss, your hard stop loss, if you were to enter in at 690 to $670, you'd put it at this major one here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Right before where you started expanding. At $649, you could put it there, and then you'd be targeting 780, and then your next RSI target is somewhere around 840. But you could also take that short term short trade into that longer term position, which will maximize your gains.
Thank you, senor. Motherfucker. Okay, there you go. Much better. Next, did I already tell you, Alex, or not?
No.
Would be plug for investment.
Plug.
PLUG, like plug up the ass. Plug. Ass plug.
Ass plug.
I'll be quick. That's what I always say, but can't always do it. Ok. Estamos viendo QQQ. Está en una mega tendencia alcista, ¿no? Lo hemos dicho varias veces. Tal cual, esto jugó como habíamos pensado que podría jugar. Mega tendencia alcista, tienes la caída del 2022, una vez más, no estás en este momento, y ahora vas a tener un pequeño ajuste de esto. ¿Por qué decimos eso? Cuando volteas a ver esto en la semanal, ves el canal en el que estás metido, te das cuenta que tienes una vela envolvente bajista. Confirmación estaría por acá en los 704, una vez que tengas un cierre por debajo de esto. Por ahora, Momentum te está llevando a esta parte, a que esto venga a retestar aquí a los 730, 735 para seguir cayendo. ¿Y a dónde va a caer? A esta media. Esta media, ¿dónde está? En los 660, entre 660 a 680. Aquí, si vas a invertir, es lo que tendría sentido para meterle, para después continuar en la trayectoria a los 780. Básicamente es eso. No hay tanta ciencia. Hay el trade del corto, si te quieres meter en ese corto, ¿no? Antes de que vaya a los 680, porque ahorita tiene cara de que quiere subir y aparte estás viendo el patrón en la de 4 horas. ¿Cómo encontraste fondo por acá? Simplemente lo puedes invalidar con esta vela de acá en los 744. Entonces te puedes meter en cualquier zona por acá en el 9, en el canalcito por acá, 727, 730, 735 e invalidarlo en los 743. Pero la idea es, si vas a invertir, espérate a esta zona de los 660, 680. Ahí acumulas y vámonos para arriba a los 780. Que de ahí para ello, no está mal, de los 660 a los 780, un 18%, nada mal. En algo que no se mueve mucho para empezar, no digo fuera de esto. Tienes que tener una caída arancelaria o ¿cuál fue la excusa de este año de la caída? ¿Alguien sabe? No me acuerdo. No, ok, no sabemos. Vale, pero ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver con Alex Plug.
Yeah, what a chart. I mean, like it had this one nice time, 2 years, nice 2 years back in 2020, 2021. Ever since then, it's just been absolutely brutal for bulls. I mean, investing, I'm assuming, is what we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is one of these just sold off charts that, you know, you would have honestly taken it off your watch list a long time ago. But, right, you haven't. You're wondering where can you throw some money in, maybe make some, you know, maybe invest in this because we are near a major low, a low that was tested in 2013, 2017, 2019. Here now, 2025, we've gotten the test. For me, it is a hard chart, though, because you have sold off so much. You're under the monthly SMA 200. That's just instantly going to mean that this is just in a macro downtrend, ultimately super weak, and still more likely to move actually down, testing the lows in the actual sense. I mean, the low here was, what, 11 cents? It's insane, 11 cents to now it's trading at $3.20. So investing, I would just be bidding as close to the 52-week low as possible. If you're looking for a confirmation trade, you're going to get it just based on the monthly getting back above $5. You'll then make a move up to $6.50. when you get back above $6.50, you've gotten back above the monthly SMA 200. That's when I can actually maybe make a case on this going up towards the $8, $9. But until then, this is extremely weak. You are just making that move up, testing the weekly EMI 100, but you do notice the weekly SMA 200 at 580. So it is pretty near that monthly level we were talking about here, monthly SMA 200. It's just showing that really a lot of resistance on this chart does occur around 580 to $6. If you do get back above, let's say $6, yeah, that's when the party can start. Like I mentioned, you can actually reach that $9, $10 region fairly fast, honestly, but you would need a confirmation trade for that to be something like this, getting back above weekly SMA 200. But yeah, this is just not looking the best. Let's see here. So you still made a lower high while this is still producing a lower high. So no divergence there, even on the weekly. Now we can go maybe to the monthly. Wow. Yeah, even divergence made a new low. So pretty brutal chart overall. I mean, I don't see why, in my opinion, you would be even wanting to invest in this. Especially when we just saw something like SanDisk that's just been proven to be very strong. But I mean, there are, I guess, people that want to buy stuff like that. So to answer your question, where to invest, I'd be just investing as close to the 52-week low. 14, 20 cents seems like an easy spot. The only way to avoid that is if you actually start getting maybe back above $6. But really, confirmation would be $12. If you get back above $12, okay, yeah, this will most likely start breaking out. You can just see that you're back of all your major moving averages. But that also is just like it needs to go up about 269%. So for that, this is a very hard chart to invest, chart, or even look at. You have really nothing going for you in terms of strengths or even triggers to invest. We can look at a quarterly. All you've done now is just retest a quarterly 9, the same exact spot that rejected you back in October. And even if you break out from here, you have a quarterly 21 right at $6.60. You really haven't tested that since the major rejection back in January 2023. Why I said $12 is because at that point, if you get back above $12, you're actually SRing these highs. You can see that's the last quarterly close that really started to slingshot us up. And if you really do start getting back above $12, the monthly EMA 100, and most importantly, SMA 200 are reclaimed. Until then, investing here could just be looked at as, more like a trap, because the investors are looking at these lows to maybe be opportunity, and the fact that you've gone up from current market price minimum 270%. But it could just result into maybe a move back to around $6, $6.50 before making that lower low into 33 cents. So again, bid as close to the 52-week low that was formed back in 2013. I guess just the low, bid as close to that as possible. And be fully aware this chart does have massive resistance all the way up to $6. Could literally put in 100% move right now and still be massively bearish. For these charts, it's very hard, and you're looking for something like this to occur again, that's just more a gamble. But even here, you were still in what? A bi-monthly buy trigger? You held it for multiple months, and then you got expansion. Is that at all what's the case here? No. And even looks like you're producing a bi-monthly lower high, potentially. So again, watch 14 to 15 cents on this chart. I know that seems like a crazy call out if we're at $3, but it could literally just happen very fast. Actually, we'll test the lows, and then you can actually maybe nibble at investing at this. But yeah, terrible chart. One of the worst charts we've seen. SanDisk was the best chart I've seen all stream today. This is one of the worst charts I've seen all stream today.
And then plug up the ass is one of the worst. Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it. Well, terrible news, everyone. Thank you, senor. Did we get the Bitunix monthly weekly bullshit link.
Yeah, so Wednesdays when we'll get it started. I try to get Fridays, but they haven't let me know on that. So for now, though, for sure, everything will be sorted on Wednesday stream.
Okay. Thank you. Vale, pues. Para la gente que está esperando lo de los resultados de Bitunix de el viernes y del lunes, el miércoles vamos a hacer todo eso, ¿ok? Solamente porque no están listos los tíos, los camaradas, para que lo tengan presente en la mente potente. Esta tabla de plug está de la verga. Si quieres invertir en esto, tienes que entender que no se va a ir a la bancarrota y confías mucho en el negocio. Esta es una tabla mensual, no crean que es una tabla diaria de 4 horas. Y si le hago así a la tabla mensual, todavía no me alcanza para ver el tope de esto. Estás hablando de que ha llegado a un máximo de $1,500 y ahorita está cotizando en $3.20. ¿Ok? Probablemente lo que están esperando todo el mundo viendo esta tabla es, güey, está haciendo un bajo más alto, velo, nada más, güey. Deberíamos invertir y tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, justamente acá en la mensual. Tienes varios problemas. El promedio del 200 está cayendo por debajo del 100 y ahora del 50 está por encima del 55 de nuevo. El hombro, cabeza, hombro, el patrón que te dio acá de hombro, cabeza, hombro, básicamente, o cómo lo quieres medir, ¿no? Hombro, cabeza, hombro, se va a dar aquí. Lo que yo y lo que Alex dice es, tu primera zona para invertir algo inteligentemente en esto es si llegas a cerrar por arriba de esto. Y de ahí, el problema más grande que vas a tener es ese promedio del 200 que está acá en los 6.50 en este momento. Si no puedes levantar por encima de esto, esto simplemente te va a rechazar y mandar para abajo y estás pidiendo para invertir. Entonces, no invertir acá, porque muy tranquilamente acaba de ser un alto y un alto más bajo. Una vez que te lleves ahorita los 3.6, que es este bajo, vas a venir a probablemente buscar un nuevo nivel por acá para abajo y puedes rebotar para no llevarte este mínimo y seguir jugando el juego pendejo, porque una vez más, todos estos son meses. Esto entró en este canal en noviembre del 2023 y lleva hasta acá, en junio del 2026, 3 años. Estos son 3 años de precio. Entonces, si te vas a rifar a meterle a esto porque está muy barato, no lo hagas aquí. La primera oportunidad, que es, yo lo llamaría una oportunidad desesperada, son los 4.70 con cierres mensuales por encima de 4.70 que no has tenido ninguno solo desde literalmente octubre del 2023. Y la segunda va a ser tu confirmación de que te quedes ahí, poder cerrar por encima de los 6.50. Si esto hace esto y esto, por ejemplo, ahí te va a sacar. Porque si vuelve a caer aquí, puede continuar para abajo. Simplemente sería un SFP y después de un SFP tienes un movimiento violento al lado contrario. Entonces, rifado y de loco en los 4.70, lo que más seguro sería, que también sigue siendo suicidio, en mi opinión, porque para poder llevarte el máximo de acá, ¿no? En los 65, pues va a estar cabroncísimo. Y de ahí tienes acá los 13, o sea, es demasiado. Pero la idea es, en vez de esperar a que baje para invertir, esto tienes que esperar a que suba para invertir. Es chistoso cómo funciona esto a veces, ¿no? Pero por encima de 4.71, movimiento desesperadón. Por encima de 6.57, un movimiento más ración, que tiene más sentido. El SMI mensual 200. Listo. Vamos con la que sigue. Y todos, por alguna razón, quieren invertir. Bien, vamos a Salesforce para invertir. Salesforce for investment, so we can wrap it up, Mr. Farjano Mexicano.
A.K.A. Cochiloco.
A.K.A. El Cochiloco.
And my daughter is Cochiloquita.
Oh, wow, this one's nice.
Should I start with quarterly? I'll start with the 6 month. So we got 6 months now, freshly losing the 38.2%. You're also losing the 21, and you're right around the 61.8%. 61, that's 38.2% is at around $211. And if you do lose that 38.2%, I do think you are going to get a bounce to tag somewhere around, depending on where you close. If you close below the 21 or below the 61.8 as well. If you close below both of these, I think maybe you'll get a move up into the 21, somewhere around that $190 to $200 flat region, and then likely going to get a sweep into the 78.6 at least, which is currently around $160. And you got any divergence here? No. At that point, maybe you'll take out this low. If you do take out this low, then you'll have possibility for hidden bullish divergence. But that's just assuming things will happen. We'll go to the quarterly. Quarterly is currently flipped down, very extreme to the downside. Quarterly is bouncing right at the 55, still holding at that 55. You did sweep this previous low. Want to see where this closes. As of right now, if it does close like this would be a SFP of this low, and then probably going to see a little bit of a bounce to tap somewhere around $200. But I do think that is going to end up going lower. And right now you're bouncing from the 100%, so it does make sense to bounce here. Go to the monthly. Monthly is starting to flip up, with monthly putting in a fresh silver cross to the downside, very close on this monthly close. This is going to confirm it, and this is going to count as a silver cross retest, and you're likely going to see a nice little dump ski to somewhere around the 95%, lining up with the monthly 200 SMA around $130. 2 week also rejecting the 38.2% after closing below it, likely going to get a move down into at least 160 for a little bounce, and then eventually into the 130s. Going to the daily. Daily also losing the 38.2%, likely going to get a move into the 170s, 160s for a little bounce, and then probably going to go lower. Let's look at the RSI. Quarterly, 6 months putting in a fresh drive bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below $232.21, and then that's going to give you a target towards 150 for a little bounce, and then it says the critical zone is impossible. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around that $130-ish region. So yeah, basically for long-term investment, I'd say wait for that 6-month bearish divergence to confirm in 22 days, and then you'd be targeting somewhere around $160. You can start your positioning there, although I do think it's going to go lower. I don't want to get front run by $30 on a long-term position. So start entering maybe 25% of your position around $160 to $170, and then you would wait for 130 for your full positioning. That's where you would take the majority of your position around that $130 region, and then you would hope that $100 flat doesn't get taken out, and from there you'd be targeting your 6 months 21 at around $180 to $190, and then your 9 at around $230 $240, and your current all-time high. And then from there, let's draw a little fib and see what your next target would be. Let's not take this one. Let's take this one, because we don't have a confirmed local bottom yet. And you'd be targeting somewhere around $420 for the meme. But from somewhere around, you would want to start entering that position somewhere around $170, $160, and full positioning around 130, and you would cut it if it goes under $100. Actually, you wouldn't use $100. I'd use $90 so you don't get fucked. Even though stocks are cleaner than cryptos, there's still a possibility that you'll sweep $100. I put it at 90, and then from there targeting those levels of 180, and then 230, and then 420.
That would be absolutely fucking brutal, but that's a good one. Oh, damn it. I didn't update the no plugging the ass, but this one, CRM. Well, thank you. Thank you, my boys. Is there anything you'd like to add? I haven't looked at the Bitcoins or anything lately. So you guys
for
tell
Bitcoin,
me.
I'd say move into somewhere around 65,000, 66,000, and then around 69 to 70,000 goes right into the bear moon that we have in a couple of days, about 6 days. And then from there, probably going to sweep current low and maybe somewhere between 58,000 and 54,000, probably see a bigger bounce.
Yeah,
Alex?
Same with me. Yeah, basically 65 to 69 is a big spot.
I think, and this is what I was telling everyone, and you guys tell me if I'm completely fucked. If you want to short something, 65 for a small reaction, 69 for like the good one, 69 to 70. And if you, by any chance of God, you get 73, that's where you hold it to the 50s, because that would be like the equivalent to 82.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually.
Okay, perfecto. Glad we're on the same page, well, you guys have a nice day. Thank you so much for everything. Greatly,
Yeah,
greatly
Yes,
appreciate it.
gracias. Yours, buenas tardes, and hasta luego. Cochiloco out.
Adios, Cochiloco. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, peace out, boys.
Have a good one. Ni modo, se quedan con el equipo B. Mejor pongo la cámara que está cerrada. Felicidades, Alejandro. Definitivamente. Un segundo. Uy, para que me puedan ver bien. Oye, es que qué deleite. Qué chingados. Es que ayer me peiné por primera vez. Salesforce, pueden ver que cayó, rompió este canal alcista en el que venía desde marzo del 2016, haciendo un potentísimo SFP a la baja. Es más, yo diría que no perdamos todavía la esperanza. Esto podría ser simplemente esto, ¿no? Pero, de acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo en todas las tablas, esto tiene cara que quiere más para abajo, porque tienes esta pérdida del promedio del 100 en la mensual y ahora estás retesteándolo. Si en verdad crees que Salesforce no puede ser reemplazado por inteligencia artificial o que alguien más lo haga, ¿no? Y quieres comprar esto, la idea sería que no vayas al S&P 200, que está subiendo, recuerda, en la mensual, y que simplemente, y lo que yo diría es, si crees que esto va a subir, esto va a continuar subiendo, ¿no? De aquí a fin de mes. Probablemente esté por ahí de los 140. Yo entraría donde estás, 162 y probablemente 143. Sería la mejor movida. Y ahora, ¿cómo lo invalidarías? Si vas a ser agresivo, y yo lo sería con esto, usaría los 126, este mínimo. Porque acciones no, bueno, en realidad sí hacen la gatada de cripto. No, este es un bajo más alto que este. Exactamente. Si yo me llevo los 126 para abajo, me salgo de esta chingadera. Porque eso quiere decir que probablemente se vaya al tocino. Ya que tan castigada está. Está 50% abajo. Está en una buena zona de compra. No está completamente loco. La vez pasada hizo un 60%. Estás más o menos por ahí, ¿eh? Estás más o menos por ahí. Este fue el mercado bajista del 2022. Es el pedo. Está solamente 10% de diferencia en el mercado bajista del 2022. Puede que continúe a la baja. Pero si tienes fe en Salesforce, 180, 160 y probablemente 140 es lo que yo dividiría. Y me salgo debajo de los 125 de este mínimo y diría gracias por todo, pero nel. Porque ya abajo de eso, no sé qué tan abajo, puede que te dé un Jack in the Box, ¿no? Que Jack in the Box, fuera de todo chiste. Este es el bajón del 2020, cuando nadie podía salir de su casa. Entendible. Pero el 2022 aguantó acá, tío. Acá has perdido completamente esto, el S&P 200 mensual, y ahí es donde estás literalmente haciendo un bajo igual de bajo, no, más bajo que el del 2008, ya estás en territorio de hace 23 años, 2020, el 2003. ¿Cómo sabes que Salesforce no va a hacer eso si se lleva ese mínimo? Entonces, por eso me gusta ser claro con ello. Vamos a ver. S&P 500 está fácil, solamente tienes que esperarte a los 6,500 y 7,000 y ahí es donde vas a meter tu dinero. El S&P 500 tiene divergencias bajistas. Voy a quitar esto. Y la primera zona es esta en los 6,950, 6,960 aquí. Y la segunda zona sería básicamente que te lleves ese mínimo y caigas a los 6,100. Si quieres invertir en el S&P 500, esto. Eso sería. Una vez más, 6,950, 6,950 o Y yo sé que si te llevas este mínimo, y acá puedes ser creativo, ¿no? Tienes una posición, divídela en dos. Una por si no se lleva el mínimo y la segunda por si sí se lo lleva y promediarías con el mínimo, que te da igual. Es lo que harías con el SP500 para invertir en él. Me da gusto que les haya ido bien, mi Ramón. Alguien me preguntaba que dónde compro acciones y así. No lo hago en los exchanges que les damos nosotros y nunca les recomiendo que vayan a comprar sus acciones en estos exchanges. Háganlo en los exchanges más grandes de su país. Yo, en Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, tienes Robinhood, tienes Webull, tienes Fidelity, tienes todas estas cosas. Yo personalmente uso uno de los bancos más grandes de Estados Unidos y ellos tienen un apartado de trading. Casi todos los bancos grandes en Estados Unidos tienen una aplicación para que compres, para que hagas inversiones. Y es lo que yo uso. En México, por ejemplo, hay una madre que se llama GBM, funciona muy bien. No estoy tan familiarizado con México, ni tampoco nada del resto del mundo. Tú tienes que saber cuáles son las instituciones más grandes de tu país y esas esperar a que nunca quiebren. Casi nunca quiebran, ¿no? No estoy viendo las cosas que me responde la gente del carrito eléctrico. He visto como 2, 3 comentarios, porque me mandan mensajes. Hay gente que me manda mensajes y me dice, eres un ser humano lleno de mierda. Pero quiero que entiendan esto, porque estoy hablando de la gente que me escribió del carrito que hicieron en México. Es que ya te crees gringo y te la pasas criticando a México. No estoy criticando a México, estoy criticando al carrito y cómo les robaron dinero con la gente que hizo el carrito de mierda que cualquier otro idiota pudo haber hecho por mucho menos dinero. Es lo que no entienden. Pero no me importa si creen que no o sí. Si creen que es lo mejor y ya, güey. Solamente tírame a pendejo y ya. No tienes por qué enojarte. Lo que menos quiero es que te enojes. Porque bien divididos nos tienen a todos, ¿no? Pero la gran mayoría de cosas son bots. Y también las empresas que detienen tráfico para el partido que está oficialmente en todo México, me tiran todos estos bots. Ya los reconozco porque me los echaron con lo del agua. Entonces me la pelan. Vivos me la pelan. Tienen que hacer, si van a querer que no diga nada, van a tener, no sé qué puedan hacer, porque soy incancelable. No gano, ya no necesito ganar dinero de nada. Nada. A menos de que vengan y me amarren a una silla, es lo único que pueden hacer. Entonces, no me importa lo que digan, no me importa decir lo que pienso, porque no necesito pretender ser una buena persona para ganar dinero de ustedes. No es una necesidad que tengo ya. Para mí, esto es ser la persona más rica del mundo, ¿no? No tengo que ir de podcast en podcast, que por cierto ya salió el que tengo con Roberto, de creativo. Lo acabo de ver por acá en X, alguien me lo mandó. Sí, no tengo que hacer nada, etcétera. Entonces, si me mandan bots a decirme que, uy, y no, nadie va a comprar mis cosas, o para cagarse en mi persona, o cagarse en los productos que vendo, vendí, o lo que sea, me da igual, tío. Van a necesitar más que eso, mucho más. Ya los bots me la pelan. Como dicen, me la pela. Había un video, ¿no? Que no me acuerdo cuál era, que es lo que hace, que dice, me la pelan. Es justamente eso. Así que si son personas de verdad y vienen enojadas, lo siento. Si son los bots, ¿no? Y la gente que hace los bots, me la pelan. Me la pelan porque no leo los comentarios ya. Si me mandan también mensajes los bots, me da igual, tío. Me da igual. Me da absolutamente igual. He llegado a un nivel de me vale verga demasiado alto. ¿No me ves? ¿No me ves? José Trader, ¿cómo ves la bolsa? Con los ojos, mi estimado. ¿Qué pasó? Esa es una pregunta muy general. Ya lo dije y lo he dicho 1000 veces y puedes ver el video de... No sean huevones. Muchos de ustedes me escriben, oye, güey, dime en qué meto mi dinero. Es lo que estoy hablando aquí todo el tiempo. Tienen que ver el puto contenido. ¿Qué crees? ¿Que te voy a dar una sesión privada acá de consulta y luego digas, no, es que este güey me dijo esto? Güey, ve los videos y si suena bien, qué chido. La bolsa la sigo viendo como la estaba viendo y como se los dije. Tal cual, nada ha cambiado. El que me sigan preguntando diario no me hace cambiar de opinión. cuando cambio de opinión, que veo que algo es diferente, vengo y les digo. Y no hay nada que sea diferente. Como cuando me piden, ¿no? ¿Dónde? Mámense esta. Esta es una de mis favoritas. Y no paran de ella. ¿Ok? ¿Dónde invierto en Coinbase? Y lo vuelven a preguntar hoy en el chat. Es el mismo gráfico que he tenido todo este tiempo. ¿Dónde crees que inviertes en Coinbase? No sean huevones, carnales. No sean huevones, por el amor de Dios. No hay nada. Si algo cambia, se los digo. Vengo y les hago un video y se los digo. Lo que está de la verga es que tienen que aguantarme. Si quieren hacer lana, van a tener que aguantarme, ¿no? Y ya se los dije. Tristemente, yo no tengo que pretender ser buen pedo ni nada. Esta es la mierda que ven todo, mi mujer, todo el mundo que me conoce, esta es la mierda que hay, ¿no? Ok. Entonces tienen que fletar eso. Si quieren hacer dinero, se tienen que fletar esto y tienen que ver los videos. Y tienen que ver todos. Porque estoy dispuesto a cambiar de opinión e irme a otros lados si es que estoy viendo que algo diferente ha pasado. Hasta ahorita no ha pasado nada diferente de lo que les he platicado en los últimos videos en las últimas semanas. Nada. Nada. Entonces no se me pierdan. Vean de verdad todo el contenido. Por alguna razón, los videos toman tanto tiempo y las explicaciones toman tanto tiempo. Porque no quiero que veas nada más los números que te estoy dando. Quiero que aprendas el cómo lo estoy haciendo, cómo lo estoy viendo, para que puedas tú decir, güey, ¿sabes qué? Eso no tiene sentido. O eso me huele a que tiene más sentido de lo que yo pensaba. La que sea. Y así puedes tú racionalizar también lo que estás haciendo. Esto no se trata de cópienme. Si no, haría un servicio donde les cobraría una puta fortuna por trades que siempre pegan, no por inversiones que siempre pegan, pero una fortuna. Y no me interesa. Literalmente hago esto para no volverme loco ya que no tengo nada que hacer. Y lo tengo que hacer con alguien más porque si lo hago yo solo, no soy responsable de mí mismo. Me vale verga. Güey, nadie te está viendo en YouTube ni nada. Me vale verga, ¿no? Entonces tengo que hacer esto con alguien más para poder ser responsable y poder tener algo que hacer a huevo. Pero no lo hago porque me estoy volviendo millonario, no lo hago por nada más de eso. Entonces, no estoy aquí tampoco para rápidamente darles las respuestas de todo porque no se trata de eso. Lo que yo quiero es que los pocos que vayan a aprender, aprendan, porque me da muchísimo orgullo ver a la gente que sí aprende, verlos florecer y crecer en esto. Es lo único que me importa, honestamente. Si no les parece, si quieren solamente respuestas directas, etcétera, vean las alertas de trading o vean solamente los videos de cuando les digo esto es lo que estoy haciendo con mi portafolio. Y ya. Hasta que algo no cambie, no hago otro video de esos. ¿No? Iván, en Blofin no puedo usar BBWP y otros indicadores. Es correcto, Blofin no tiene nada que ver con TradingView. ¿Viste el curso, mi estimado? En el curso te enseñamos cómo usar TradingView, porque no tiene nada que ver una tabla pedorra de un exchange con TradingView. TradingView es la herramienta que utilizamos aquí nosotros. Hoy no fui a trabajar para estar en este en vivo, no mames. Ayer volví a ver Matrix y me sentí como Neo y tú como Morpheo. Solo tengo que comenzar a creer. Eso, chingada. Ya vimos el fondo de Coinbase. Lo que estoy diciendo es, esperemos. Están abriendo el garage. Ok. Esperemos que veamos. Yo personalmente no creo que ya vimos el fondo, pero si ya vimos el fondo, yo estoy posicionado, contento. Pero una vez más, yo tengo un plan, tengo un porcentaje de cuánto va a bajar y tengo para meter lo que queda en ese porcentaje, ¿no? Ahí abajo. Es todo lo que tengo en la mente en este momento. Ya vimos el fondo de Coinbase. No tengo ni puta idea, pero si lo vimos, qué chingón. Para mí, qué chingón, ¿no? Ya vimos el fondo de Ethereum. Si no lo hemos visto bien, si ya lo vimos, qué chingón. Me estoy esperando a ver qué pasa, porque no creo que nos la vayan a hacer tan fácil. Personalmente, güey, les dije hace cuántos meses, que 58 era el fondo, o muy cerca de ahí, porque se lleva el mínimo, no llegó a 58, está en 59. Igual y estoy siendo caprichudo, pero yo sí creo que podemos ver esos 53, esa zona. ¿Por qué? Porque si ves los 53 y rebota ya con fuerza para salirse de ahí, todo el mundo seguiría esperando a 40, a comprar 49, 45, 42, 38. Es la zona paquera. Todo el mundo seguiría esperando la zona paquera. Lo que personalmente creo les causaría más dolor a todos es que hayamos visto ya el fondo y simplemente nos vayamos de lado, porque eso también me jodería a mí. Ahora, cuando vea las noticias voy a saber, porque si, por ejemplo, me sacan misiles y me dicen, vamos a matar a Michael Saylor si todo el mundo compra Bitcoin, ¿no? Y veo terroristas en la tele brincando, ¡ah, ah, ah, ah!, haciendo todas estas cosas, y veo que el precio no cae, voy a comprar más. Y obviamente se los diré. Pero hasta ahorita todo va de viento en popa. Lo que me gustó mucho, una vez más, en esta zona para comprar ahorita, fue que usaron misiles, usaron la guerra de Irán, a Kuwait, a todas estas cosas. El Michael Saylor va a quebrar, que es tradicional de un fondo, etcétera. Y sobre todo ver que todo el mundo ya está muy puesto y listo para comprar el fondo en octubre. No importa cuál sea el precio, en octubre. ¿Qué les enseñó el post que les hice en Discord a todos ustedes? Donde les dije, si están haciéndote voltear para abajo con strategy, probablemente no vaya a caer más. Quien haya comprado cuando vio ese post, estoy seguro está contento conmigo. ¿No? Si ya vimos el fondo en strategy, ¡uf! ¡Qué chido! Si nos da otra oportunidad, güey, todavía más chido. Pero yo estoy ya preparado, porque la cantidad de dinero que ya metí es sustancialmente buena, porque normalmente cuando estoy en los fondos solo me deja meter una vez, lo han visto. Y a fin de cuentas acaba siendo bueno porque hago el doble de una tercera posición y el promedio en total acaba siendo bastante grande de todo el dinero que tengo, pero ahorita entré rico. Y en la próxima entrada, una vez más, esperando ya esos fondos y sabiendo cuáles son mis zonas en Strategy, en Circle, en Coinbase, etcétera, en Ethereum, poder acomodar un putazo más. Me voy a sentir, pero en el cielo, si es que me lo da. No cometan el error de la avaricia que muchos cometemos, ¿no? Como Andrew Tate, bueno, tal vez esté en lo correcto de que se vaya a $20,000. Yo cometí el error de la avaricia y normalmente lo hago de cierta forma, ¿no? Cuando compro esos fondos, me gustaría meter más dinero, pero una vez más, sigue siendo bueno. Esta vez tengo que aprender y ajustar. Ese soy yo. Porque yo creo en verdad en lo que les estoy diciendo. ¿No? Y si a fin de año lo cuentan de verdad, las alts como Solana hizo tope ¿en dónde? ¿En el 2025? Dame un segundo. Solamis. En enero del 2025. Todo el 2025 Solana ha estado bajando. Todo el 2026. Lleva un año y medio. Si llegamos a diciembre sin que Solana esté subiendo, lleva 2 años en la verga. Eso sería, comparado con el mercado bajista del 2022, Solana cayó en noviembre del 2021 y empezó a subir en 2023. Sería literalmente casi muy parecido. Y una vez más, para mí el escenario más culero de todos es que simplemente se vaya de lado. De donde estamos ahorita jugando en este rango, de aquí hasta el fin de año o cuando quiera subir. El pedo es, las acciones tienen cara de que van a bajar y están bajando, tienen estos pullbacks, pero los pullbacks no se ven tan fuertes en total. Y eso quiere decir que a cierto punto, cuando las acciones estén bajando, si es que se da, ¿no? Que cripto empieza a subir tantito, todo el mundo va a voltear a cripto y le va a querer meter ahí. Y si, por ejemplo, cripto se mantiene por abajo, las acciones caen y vuelven a subir, la gente diría, pues tal vez cripto no vaya a caer más. Pero una vez más, tengo que jugarlo de acuerdo a lo que estoy viendo poco a poco. Necesito guerra, necesito la gente decir las mismas cosas que siempre dicen, ¿no? ¿Cómo está el güey que quería comprar Solana en 74, 75? ¿No? Por favor, por favor. Hay literalmente lo que estamos viendo en las altcoins se ve bastante diferente a lo que hemos visto en otras cosas. Y estamos en otro periodo. Y a esto sí le podrías, una vez más, si ahorita nos diéramos la vuelta y fuéramos otra vez y no cayéramos más, lo podrías llamar un superciclo, ¿no? Porque no cayó tanto y nos fuimos a nuevos altos históricos. Sería la primera vez que lo hace. No estoy diciendo que ya tocamos fondo. A mí me gustaría que haya más para abajo. Lo que yo no comparto con todo el mundo es que vaya a caer entre 40 y 50. Yo creo que es un escalón arriba de eso. Si todo el mundo está volteando para abajo, no va a ocurrir. Y ahora, si no llega a darse más para abajo, yo ya estoy contento donde estoy. Es todo lo que quiero que entiendan. No es, no es una predicción, es estoy listo para lo que sea. Y este es el plan, esto es lo que quiero que ustedes aprendan, estar listos para lo que sea, ¿no? Ah, Lucy tocó los $5. Estoy esperando 4. Pero ya, mi última entrada en Lucy de todas maneras es muy pequeña. Yo puse mi capital gordo, está metido en esto de ahorita, en lo de cripto. Como les dije y se los puse desde el principio. Por eso no le he puesto tanta atención ahorita al Lucid. Está en 5.13, 5.12. Nada mal. Si tocó los 5, a ver, la ball low. 5 puntos. Ya casi los 4. Nada mal. Nada mal. Güey, qué desplome. La gente que invirtió en esta mamada en Lucid fuera de pedo, no nosotros, pero la gente que compró toda la bajada, imagínense. Esos güeyes nunca van a ver su dinero de vuelta. Yo creo que nosotros nos puede dar un pompazo relativo donde se vaya por ahí de los 17, 20 y ahí todos saldríamos contentísimos. Es lo que yo veo en esta mamada. Pero vamos a ver. Y ahora, ¿cuánto tiempo va a tomar? Bla, bla, bla. Todo lo demás está subiendo. Ya el problema de Lucid es, con una evaluación en menos de $2,000 millones, cualquiera la va a comprar. Y ya tiene Uber 11% de la empresa, etcétera. A mí me gusta mucho. Vamos a ver. Igual y me equivoco, pero no me importaría. Si Circle cae llega a los 98 y lo rechaza, las demás también tendrían un movimiento similar de caída. No, no sé, Juan. Tenemos que ver cómo se comporta Circle, porque está comportando diferente comparados con las demás. También no todo el mundo es un pinche dormido y hay gente que entiende lo que es Circle. Entonces, no te puedo decir que todo el mundo está ignorándolo, pero lo que sí están ignorando, por ejemplo, a mi gusto, es Coinbase, Ethereum, etcétera. Ramón, eres un pinche crack, eres un genio. Tal cual. Como jugaste lo de Ethereum aquí en el chat, es como se juega. Tal cual. Y yo no sé si vaya al punto que diste tan abajo por el último mínimo, pero por ahí. No hay pierde. Crack. Ramón es una de las personas más, güey, has aprendido otro nivel. BlackBerry. Este no es mi corte de pelo. No me he cortado el pelo en un rato. No estén intentando predecir cuándo va a acabar el mundial y cuándo va a bajar Bitcoin, porque normalmente viene antes el movimiento para abajo. Las acciones están bajando ahorita antes de que sea el IPO de SpaceX y que sea antes el, ¿cómo se llama? El mundial. Están ya bajando ahorita. Poquito, poquito, pero ya están bajando. Ya no pudiste vender el tope. Ya fue el tope. Y eso es lo que quiero que entiendan. Por eso les digo, no voy a comprar el fondo del fondo y el tope del tope, es imposible. Pero puta madre lo cerca que estamos todo el tiempo, ¿no? No lo puedes poner a una fecha y normalmente cuando estás jugando con eventos como el Clarity Act, como esto, hay veces que, ponte tú, una que aprendí con Tesla. A Tesla le encantaba, cada que iban a anunciar algo, todo el mundo sabía que ponte tú, van a anunciar el modelo 3 en el 22 de marzo. 2 semanas antes empieza a bajar la acción. Y dices, güey, pero ahorita voy a comprar el dip y sigue, y sigue, y sigue bajando, y sigue bajando, y sigue bajando, y se lleva todo el mundo a la verga. Luego lo hicieron la fecha que sale. Luego lo hacen después. Depende. Depende. Exactamente, mi estimado. Tío Salo, compré 3 ETH, lo aguantaré hasta los 2,800, que lo más seguro es que haga un rechazo por ahí debajo. Puede ser, o puede que simplemente continúe subiendo, ¿no? La idea de lo que estoy yo comprando, ustedes pueden hacer lo que se les hinchen los huevos. Cada quien haga con su dinero lo que guste. La idea de lo que yo estoy comprando en este momento es aguantarlo a altos, mínimo, y ahí ver cómo se siente todo. Entonces, no me importa que corrija y que caiga. Para mí lo mejor que puede pasar es que pase un año, porque eso me hace que tenga, en Estados Unidos, cuando pasa un año después de que compraste un instrumento financiero como una acción, después de un año de holdearlo con cojones, ya te cobran solamente 10% de impuestos sobre tus ganancias. Y es a lo que quiero llegar. Entonces, no me interesa ahorita hacer estos trades. Los trades pasados que hice fue, güey, compré Coinbase a esto, compré Circle a esto, compré Rivian a esto, compré Tesla a esto. Me voy a salir porque el dinero ya está muy bueno. Y tal cual lo fue. Güey, que puede subir más y la verga. Sí, pero ve cuánto se ha tardado. He hecho ya 1000 otras cosas. El jueves es clase solamente de preguntas ¿cómo se llama? De técnica de trading. No de, güey, ¿crees que el dólar va a desaparecer? No. Pero si estás comprando Ethereum y crees que va a regresar 280, 2800 y después date una patada para abajo, pues rífate, tío. Para mí, yo estoy en otro pedo. Cada uno de ustedes tiene que tener su plan por adelantado. Y ahora, si llegamos a 2,800 y me doy cuenta, güey, ¿sabes qué? Va a haber un bajón cabrón y voy a vender esto de una vez porque estoy mal parado, lo haría. Y ahí les platicaría de lo que estoy pensando, pero no tengo ese plan ahorita. Tío, compré Circle en 82, ya ni me preocupo o espero el bajón. Lo que tú quieras, da igual. No sé qué plan tengas, ¿no? Cada quien. Yo les dije, no voy a tener malas entradas, no importa si eso es una buena entrada. Si ahorita estoy viendo dónde está Coinbase y tengo esta cantidad alocada para Circle, la voy a meter en Coinbase, o la voy a meter en Strategy, o la voy a meter en Ethereum. Simplemente voy a hacer mis posiciones con mejores entradas más fuertes. No tienes que agarrar y, güey, porque este güey dijo Circle, voy a agarrarlo y que se va al tope. Aunque Circle tiene muy buen potencial, no voy a decir que no. Pero es la idea. ¿Y qué estoy pensando con bienes raíces? Simplemente va a tomar tiempo. Ya hay muchos bienes raíces en Estados Unidos completamente en la mierda. ¿Y cómo va a acabar esto? ¿Cómo va a acabar lo de bienes raíces? Como siempre acaba, con todo cayendo. Pero lo que están haciendo ahorita con la narrativa de la inflación, etcétera, y que van a subir los intereses, porque recuerda, a la gente le están guiando con eso. ¿Se acuerdan cuando les dijeron, güey, van a poner los aranceles y todo va a subir de precio, ven y compra un coche? Están haciendo que la gente gaste ahorita. Eso, no sé cuántos de ustedes se estén dando cuenta. Eso es por lo que tienen esta narrativa en este momento. ¿Qué ganan con eso? Atorar a más gente con crédito. Porque recuerda, nadie está comprando nada con cash. Todo el mundo está comprando a crédito. Y te están dando crédito con precios acá. Entonces, ¿qué hace la gente? La gente que está en bienes raíces, que quiere vender su casa, dice, güey, yo no puedo comprar otra casa. Y menos si van a subir los intereses. A la verga, voy a quitar mi casa del mercado. Pero una vez más, cuando los intereses bajen y van a bajar, cuando saquen lo de las monedas estables y todo eso, ahí es cuando todo el mundo va a tener la idea brillante de voy a vender mi casa. Esto a nadie más se le ha ocurrido. Y todo el mundo va a poner su casa al mismo tiempo en los vecindarios ricos y todo se va a ir a la verga. Es como funciona. Igualito. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen. Ahí tienen todos mis estupideces y mis pensamientos pendejos. Espero que les funcione de algo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Feliz día y váyanse a comprar el nuevo Olina Pedo.